currently has on the go with a particular focus on cows and plows. I'm going to let you know where everything's at, what you can expect next, and we'll go from there. All right, so let's start with the agricultural benefits claim. A lot of people know this claim as cows and plows. And, we have a few young people in the room here. And maybe for those of you who don't really quite understand what this claim is about, I'll just spend a couple minutes just recapping that for you. Under the terms of your treaty, your nation adhered to Treaty Number 6. As part of that treaty, you received certain treaty promises. And the nature of this claim involves agricultural promises that were made to your band. So literally we're talking about things here like farming tools. We're talking about certain livestock. We're talking about seed for growing things, right? And we're talking about, typically agricultural instruction or farming instruction that was typically supposed to go along with that. Our researchers have discovered that while the nation received some things as part of those treaty promises, most of those things were never provided to the band, or they were provided to the band at the wrong time of year. For example, we learned, this is a prime example actually, we learned that, because of weather and all sorts of things, you actually didn't get your seed until almost the end of September one time. What are you going to do with that, right? It was rendered useless at the time. And so we had filed this claim a number of years ago, and it basically alleges that Canada breached their treaty promises to the band, and we seek compensation for that. So this slide here just kind of recaps, some important timelines that we're dealing with, starting with December of 2024. It was around this time we had reported to you, the membership, that we received an important letter from Canada. And this letter basically stated, yes, we believe you have a valid claim here. Would you like to negotiate a settlement? If you would like to do that, please provide us with a band council resolution that would enable us to enter into these negotiations, and that was done. December 2024. Shortly after that, the band had appointed a negotiation team as well as a lead negotiator. Irma Murdoch, one of your band members, has been appointed as lead negotiator for this claim. And we met for the first time with Canada in February 2025. And at this time, we learned a number of important things. First of all, these negotiations were supposed to be entered into on an accelerated basis. That means that instead of waiting, 2 to 3 years to have that process play out, Canada was proposing to get it done within 6 to 8 months. Accelerated, expedited, whatever you want to call it. It was Canada's new way of doing things to get these claims resolved. But what happened at that time as well is we were kind of warned that an election might be called. So we kind of had that in the back of our minds. But Canada at the time provided us with certain things, like they showed us that they had a certain formula that they used to determine what compensation should be paid to each band. And this same formula is used for treaties 5, 6, and 7 is what they told us. And at that time, Canada said, we can kind of guess for you. We'll give you an estimate as to what we think your claim might be worth. This is not a formal offer of settlement. It's just something that we're going to raise for discussion purposes. So no formal offer was made in February 2025, but they did tell us that they thought this claim is probably worth well over $200 million. And that was February 2025. We were all geared up. We actually booked our next negotiation session, I believe, for March. And then we learned from Canada that an election was called and that they had no more authority to meet with us while this election played out. So Canada has something called the Caretaker Convention Act, and that is a piece of law that says they cannot do substantial things when they're in election mode. So no more negotiating, no more settling claims, that has to be put on hold. So we waited, and the election came and gone, but then negotiations didn't resume. So immediately we had contacted Canada and said, well, how long until negotiations are back up and running? We sent emails, we sent numerous letters to Canada's negotiators, to the various ministers, and they said, oh, it's going to happen soon, we just can't give you a firm start date, but trust us, we're going to get this back up and running. We're now in January 2026, and we still only had the one negotiation session. Your leadership vamped things up by setting up in-person meetings with a bunch of these different ministers to try to get this back on track. All of those ministers continue to assure your leadership that things would be up and running soon. Don't worry, we're thinking a couple months. And some of the rumors that we were hearing was that we had to wait for the federal budget to be released before they will give consent to move back into these negotiations. That happened, negotiations didn't resume. Now we're seeing in the media that Canada's laying off federal workers. They're making cutbacks in a lot of different areas. We don't know if this is related. We can only guess at this point. We don't know if our friend Trump down in the South has anything to do with this either. You know, there's a lot of uncertainty that he's creating around the world. And, you know, if I were the Prime Minister of Canada, I would probably tighten those purse strings too, just in case. So, the last thing that we did, or the most recent thing, I should say, not the last thing, it won't be the last, but the most recent thing we did is we sent, at your leadership's request, a legal letter to Canada's lawyers that are working on this file. And we essentially said to Canada, look, we think that by telling us nothing here, by not resuming negotiations on a timely basis, you are in breach of your obligations here. You're bordering on bad faith negotiations. And we put Canada on notice that if they do not come back to the table soon, that we have to consider our options here. One of those options may be to pull out of these accelerated negotiations and file the claim directly with the specific claims tribunal to request a determination on validity, and then to get into the compensation. With the specific claims tribunal, it's run almost like a court of law, but it's not a court. It's a slightly different creature, but they have to follow timelines. So that's one option that we're going to look at if this thing doesn't get back on track soon. It's getting ridiculous, to be quite frank. Another option is to file litigation. Going the litigation route, which would involve going directly to the courts. There's good and bad about that, and your leadership will have to consider carefully what that's going to mean if they want to move in that direction. Because it could be costly, it could go on for a very long time. But some of the positive things involved in that is with these negotiations that we're in with Canada, they're compensating on a very narrow basis. Canada basically says, look, this is literally what these farming implements, the livestock, the seeds were worth in historical dollars, and we're bringing them up to today's dollars and multiplying that by your population. They're not going to look at, did you have adequate farmlands to be able to, engage in this farming lifestyle? They don't look at whether you got adequate farming instruction. They also don't look at the economic benefits that you could have realized if you were in that business of farming. They don't look at any of that. They only look at this is what it's worth in today's dollars for those implements. If you went to court, you don't have those restrictions. You can argue whatever you want. You don't have to sign a release when you go to court, right? You wait, basically you're at the whim of a decision of a judge at that point. So there's good and bad, but they've been put on notice, and that happened this month, so we're waiting for some sort of a written response from Canada's lawyers about that. Here's a couple photos that I pulled that just basically show your leaders in action over in Ottawa. There were many meetings. These are just a couple photos that involve a couple of the ministers that they met with. There were more people. There's also Sheila in there. Although Sheila isn't part of your leadership team, Sheila's been doing a lot of work in the background on your nation's behalf. She knows a lot of people, she has a lot of contacts. There's several people working in the background here to try to get this back on track. Now I put this photo up here because I know that's how everybody's feeling. And I try to use humor sometimes in my presentations because sometimes this legal stuff can be very, very serious, right? Serious stuff. But let's talk for a moment about some of the impacts that these delays are having on you, the membership. And trust me when I say that all of these impacts have been communicated to Canada. They're well aware that we're not happy. They're well aware that there's real consequences for waiting. One of them being, if that money was paid out to the nation, that would be life-changing money for Montreal Lake. Life-changing money for each person in the room. And it would also enable you to get that much far ahead in terms of economic opportunities. You guys could invest that money. You could invest in businesses, invest in housing, whatever you wanted, right? There's things that you could have been doing. Your priorities could have been met with this money. But you're not able to do that right now. The uncertainty that it's creating. After I talk about cows and plows, I'm going to talk about 7 other claims that we're working on for your nation. And it's making people wonder if Canada is going to be doing the same thing with the other claims. Are they going to be waiting forever to deal with them? That uncertainty doesn't feel good. At one of the other assemblies, I had talked about the fact that it was a Liberal government that was re-elected, and a lot of our people helped achieve that. A lot of our people helped back those Liberals. But right now it feels like we elected a Conservative government that doesn't care about our people. That's how it feels. It also feels a little bit paternalistic that Canada hasn't taken the time to at least explain the reason for the delay, like we're a bunch of children who don't need to know that information. And so, while we wait, we're having all of these real life impacts. The community frustration, I already spoke to that. You know how you're feeling about this. And I wanted to mention to you, it's not just Montreal Lake that is experiencing these delays. There are other nations out there that were along the same timeline that just had started these negotiations that are also waiting. Now, without breaching anybody's confidentiality, I was asked, I think it was yesterday, well, what other bands are we talking about? And I don't want to just start talking about other nations that I'm not involved in, but anyone can go on the internet and look these things up. At least we learned from, one of our MLBV, the CEO, that Mr. Wasis is one of these folks. I believe Cowasis is also another band that's waiting. Cody just recently settled theirs. And Red Earth is also one that's been waiting, just waiting and basically waiting for some sort of news. So this isn't Montreal Lake being singled out. It has everything to do with what stage you're at in the process right now. You might have seen some of your neighbors in other communities that are settling these, or just recently received their money. That's because they had gone through the negotiation process, they had a community ratification vote, and it was just a matter of paying out that money. That's the difference between them and us. Last but not least, certainly not least, your elders are passing away all the time while we're waiting for this thing to play out. And if we're being honest here, it's primarily your elders that were meant to benefit from these treaty promises. They were the ones that were there at the time. They were the ones that were supposed to benefit from this the most. So it's frustrating in that regard as well. Just for a couple minutes, I just want to talk about some of the positive things that are involved in having to wait. I know that your frustration is first and foremost, but there are some good things that can happen by not rushing this. I had reported in the past, and I think some letters that had gone out to the community spoke about this as well, that you guys had appointed, well, I shouldn't say you guys, but your leadership had appointed FNB Trust to be the trustees for this claim. So when the money comes in, they're going to receive it on your behalf and handle it on your behalf and safeguard it according to a trust agreement. FNB Trust, they're a division of First Nations Bank. They're federally regulated, they're insured, and they work for hundreds of nations all across Canada. The reason these guys were chosen above other trust companies or instead of other trust companies is that their costs came in pretty low compared to other trust companies for administering the trust, and they're 100% Indigenous. Every person that works in their trust division is an Indigenous person. So that was really important to your leadership as well. What we've been doing while we're waiting, besides all the lobbying and stuff that's going on in the background, we've been meeting with F&B Trust. Your leadership has. There's also this agricultural benefits planning committee that's been established, made up of all your different sectors. And we've been meeting to try to start some of this planning and start thinking about how this is all going to play out. You know, when we're talking about trust planning, we're talking about things like, is the trust going to be administered by just a corporate trustee like F&B Trust, or is it going to be made up of community members as well? It goes into things like, how much money is each person going to receive as part of this settlement? Are we going to look at investments? The people who have passed away, are they going to qualify for this money? When do the minors get their money? All of these questions are being looked at right now. The intention, before I go there, all these things I raised, nothing's been decided. You know, the committee and the leadership can only take it to a certain point, then they have to come to you guys and see what you think, what you want, what are your priorities. And you know, this work is ongoing. What's going to happen is we're going to be going through this very lengthy questionnaire that's been developed by F&B Trust that kind of goes through a lot of these questions. And then it's going to be taken to the community for your input. And then when some things are kind of decided, that document's going to be turned over to me, and I'm going to develop a legal document out of it called a trust agreement. And that's going to be your rule book for your trust monies. So it's not just a situation where that settlement money just sits in the band's general account. Your chief and council, it's not going to operate like that. Your chief and council don't have access the way they do with your regular programming dollars. It's different, very different. The one thing that we're struggling with right now is, you know, I'm kind of ready. Like, I'm ready to start coming out to you guys and asking you, what do you think about this and what do you think about that? But there are other people that are kind of hesitant to go there right now because negotiations haven't resumed. We didn't get a formal offer. There's folks that think that it might be a little premature to start coming out to the communities and going over some of this stuff. So we're still grappling with that. No decision has been made about community meetings, but eventually, when this thing gets moving, we will come to you and ask you those very pointed questions. What do you think about this, right? How much money do you think each person should get? The other positive thing about waiting, we can learn from our neighbors. We can learn from other communities. What do they think? What do they wish they could have done differently when they got their money? Are there lessons to be learned from other communities? Are your people ready to receive large sums of money like that? You know, we had some of the presentations at these assemblies that talk about things like addiction. Addiction comes in all forms, right? Even gambling. Are we ready? Are our people ready? Are we protecting the vulnerable before this money comes in? These are all things that your leadership is thinking about right now, weighing heavily on them. So that's what I mean when I know that sounds really bleak, but it's more of view it as an opportunity. If you know somebody that needs help to get healthy right now, there are supports in the community that they can reach out to. We want to be able to protect the vulnerable. It's not a situation where we can just say, well, this person is addicted, it's not a good idea to give them that money. We can't be discriminating against our own people. We can't go there. But we can do things to try to help ourselves. So just a couple more things about cows and plows before I open that up for questions. I just wanted to mention, it's really important for people in the room and online to know that this settlement has not been paid out to the nation. How this generally works is a formal settlement offer will be presented to the band at some point once negotiations happen, and we work out some of those important details in those negotiations. Once we get that settlement offer, the chief and council will submit another band council resolution saying, okay, we're ready to take this to the community for a vote. And then there'll be a large ratification vote that will happen in the community. All sectors will be involved in that. Online voting will be included in that. And you, the people, will decide whether you want to accept this settlement and the trust agreement as they've been drafted or not. And if you, the majority, says yes, that'll give your chief and council permission to sign some settlement documents, which will be turned over to Canada. And Canada, once their minister signs those documents, then they can release the settlement funds within 45 days of signing, the minister signing. All those steps have to take place before a band receives agricultural benefits monies. Some of your neighbors may be thinking, I think this money's already just been paid out, they're just not telling us. I've settled these claims before. I'm working on lots of different claims for other nations. In addition to yours, I know how these claims work. There's legal barriers to just handing that money over. There's a lot of steps that have to take place before they do that, especially with money, that large of an amount. So just know that nothing's been paid out today. Does anyone have any questions about cows and plows before I move into the other claims?
With us waiting for the money, is it gaining interest?
I would say that it's not gaining interest because it's not a situation where that money's been settled on and it's just waiting to be paid out. If that was the case, then probably. But because there's no formal offer, the other positive thing here is the longer Canada takes, the more money it's going to cost them. More and more people are being added to the ban list all the time. There have been changes made to the Indian Act that are allowing more people to get reinstated or receive their status for the first time. And so we're expecting that the estimate that Canada provided us will be more when the time comes.
Thank you, Don, for that presentation, and to our negotiating team as well and our leadership. I know they're walking a fine line right now in regards to what are the next steps. I think you said it earlier, the elders that should benefit the most are, I guess, passing away. So for me, I would think that we'd be a little bit more patient with the process, give it a little bit more time. But like I said, we're losing elders at the same time the longer we wait. So for me, I would say maybe wait until the end of February and then kind of kick the government around after that. So, because
you know, one of the scary things is I think day one, it's been a long week, but day one of this assembly, we were in Prince Albert, and I had one of the elders ask me a question at the time, and she said, you know, what about some of us old people? What if we pass away and we never get to see this settlement? It's taking a long time. And then I get a call on my way home that this elder passed out and actually broke her hip at the assembly. You know, these are real issues. It kind of hit home, you know, like these are real issues that we need Canada to be aware of. It's not a game. You're absolutely right. It's not just elders passing away, you know, there's young people passing away too. But it's those elders that have been waiting. That's kind of what hits the hardest.
Don, I got a question online here. It says, where can we find who our trust committee members are and what process was used to, what's their mandate?
So this, just so we're clear, when we talk about trustees, we're talking about people who are going to have fiduciary obligations to administer and safeguard your trust. Right now we don't have trustees. We only have FNB Trust, who's been appointed as the administrative trustee. That's as far as we got there. So if you guys decide you want community trustees, there's going to be a process for that to decide who that's going to be and what their mandate is will be reflected in that trust agreement. If you're talking online there, you're talking about this committee. So this committee, you know, Montreal Lake is really big on committees. And every committee that the band has is a recommending body only. So the committees, the Agricultural Benefits Planning Committee is also a recommending body. So because they're made up of a sampling of each of the sectors, their job is to kind of work alongside FNB Trust, legal, and the leadership, and come up with some recommendations as to how they think the trust agreement should be developed. One of the things that they're looking at right now is to come up with different scenarios about how much money each person is going to get and what that would look like in terms of, you know, this is how much each person gets, this is how much would be left in the trust, that sort of thing, and take that to you for your input. They thought that it would be easier to do it that way, to give you some real life examples instead of just coming and saying, you know, what do you think? Because sometimes you need examples to get a conversation going. So that's the extent For the question online, they're just a recommending body. At the end of the day, your chief and council will have the final say in terms of what goes into that trust agreement, and that's what you'll be voting on. So there's two parts to that, right? There's this recommendations that are going on. Chief and council make the final decision what to put in the trust agreement. The community votes yes or no to that agreement. So we expect things to flow that way.
Just for that person that asked that question about the trust committee, no, we didn't make the draw for the Oilers tickets yet. That was his second question.
Yeah, so just know that with this Cows and Plows, we're working really hard to get this back on track. The lobbying, we're not just sitting back and waiting for Canada to come back to the table. We're doing a lot of things in the background to get this back on track. And we'll update you as soon as we know anything new. If I could just spend a few minutes talking about your other claims. Well, that's one of the things that Chief and Council wanted me to speak to as well. Let's start with the Treaty 6 annuities claim. I figure that every year at Treaty Day, that's how ISC, they think that they're coming to the community, hand out that $5 and just like it's some big prize. That's what this claim is about. The $5 that you receive every year, that I receive every year as well, I should say, 15 for your counselors and 25 for your chief. Those are annuities, things that happen every year in perpetuity, forever. We're also talking about ammo and twine. Ammo and twine you're supposed to receive every year. And then we're also talking about the clothing allowance that your leadership gets, but that one is every about 3 years. There's bands all across Canada in Treaty 6 and other treaty areas that are filing claims on this. Because that $5 and that ammo and twine was never ever adjusted ever since you signed or adhered to treaty. It's always stayed $5. Now, back then, $5 is probably a lot of money. So, right now, bands are saying that $5 should have been indexed. At the very least, you should have indexed that $5 to bring it up to today's dollars. I'm currently involved in negotiations with Treaty 8 band on this. So I understand how these claims work. Other bands are jumping right to litigation. They're not negotiating. But this claim right now is Joan Holmes and Associates is the researching firm that is handling this claim as well as the research on your others. They're trying to get through that historical research to figure out what happened with your annuities, who was paid and when, whether they were late, what the understanding was. That all that research still has to happen. And once that work is done, your leadership will have to decide whether you want to file a specific claim, like you did for Cows and Plows, or whether you want to litigate it. So stay tuned for more information on that. Yes. Is there a mic somewhere? Yeah. I can't hear. Will it hurt your future? Is that what, I'm sorry, it's just a little. Will cows and plows hurt your future for other claims? Is that what you said? For your treaty rights? There's been some chatter out there about this. You know, we're not naive to this question. There's folks out there that think that your treaty rights are being signed away when you settle these types of agreements. When we get back to the table with Canada and they present us with their latest draft of a settlement agreement, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about whether we think that that is happening here. I think a lot of people think that you're possibly signing away your treaty rights because Canada in these agreements have these very long, substantial release clauses, they're called, that you guys have to agree to. And those release clauses say if you settle this claim and you take this money, this whole thing about cows and plows is considered settled. You can't come back in 10, 15 years or whenever and say you didn't agree with the amount of money that was received, you didn't agree with the terms, or you're trying to renegotiate a settlement. That's the thing about these types of settlements, is you have to give up your right to fight for these things ever again. So some people take that as signing away a treaty right. And earlier I talked about how these claims are very narrow. You know, you can't talk about the economic opportunities that you could have, you know, all the money that you could have made off of farming if you did it properly and you had the right lands. You can't, they're not giving compensation for that, but they still expect you to sign away your right to sue them on this ever again. A lot of people have a problem with that. And at the end of the day, you guys, each member, is going to have to decide whether you're okay with that. There's nothing in the settlement agreements that say you're signing away your treaty rights, but you're certainly giving up the right to argue for cows and plows ever again, because Canada considers that to be a one-time benefit. But we will have that conversation later on for sure. Make sure everyone's comfortable with that. Is there a question over here? Maybe, can you wait till we get the mic over there? I'm a little hard of hearing.
All right, the question I have is, you know these elders that are passing on, what happens to their money? Is there a time frame as to when the family can claim, or what? Or do they even get them once they pass?
You know, I should have known better, because this question was asked at every other assembly. I should have just answered it before it was asked. Sometimes I'm a little slow. So remember I mentioned earlier that we're still going through that trust planning phase? That question has not been answered. No decision has been made in terms of whether elders that have recently passed away would qualify, or their estates would qualify for that money. Canada doesn't put anything in the settlement agreement about that.
I'll just say it's next.
To be quite honest, that settlement agreement basically says, write down the account that we're going to send this money to. We don't care what you do with it, we just want to know where to send it. So what you do with the money is your business as a nation. Canada has no say about that. So if you guys wanted to include recently deceased elders in that, you know, that's something that your chief and council would consider. But you have to put some sort of a date on that. You know, if we don't have certain cutoff dates, in the trust agreement, it creates legal uncertainty, and we can't have that. Your chief and council haven't made any decisions on that. They haven't even come to you about that, so it's still being considered. But those cutoff dates, they're really, they're like the devil, you know? Nobody likes them. There's, at the end of the day, going to be somebody who's not happy with those cutoff dates, but it has to be done. Some bands will say, well, the cutoff date for qualifying for this settlement is you have to be alive and on the band list as of the date of the ratification vote, just as an example. That's one example of a cutoff date. But there's ways to get creative with that for sure.
Any other questions? Hang on, Frank's got a question over there.
Just another, you just mentioned it, the cutoff date. It's going to be a tough one, but is there a possibility, you talked about maybe a community, like the different communities having representation on what, to kind of review those cutoff days, what they would think would work, or is that all left to the negotiating team or to the trustees? Or can the communities kind of answer these questions that that were faced with, so as to what the timeline would be, cutoff date would apply? Like you said, either way, nobody's going to be happy.
Yeah, from Canada's perspective, their compensation formula is going to be based on a certain population. They go by 2/3 modern population, 1/3 historical population. They kind of have a formula like that. But they don't compensate for people who aren't on the banned list. So that's all Canada's involvement is. They look at your population. That's part of the negotiation. Because if you talk to your membership clerk, Judy, she can tell you that there's a lot of people who are waiting to get their status cards, or there's people out there who don't have proper IDs and they can't apply for a status card because of that. And so there's people that might be left out if they're not on that list. So one of the things we've said at other assemblies is get your kids registered. Tell your family members to get registered, and now is the time. It's very important. This cutoff date, that's a community decision. And so, what some communities even do is they'll say, okay, you have to be on the banned list as of a certain date, but say somebody's pregnant and they didn't have their baby yet. Perhaps you want to allow a certain number of people within a certain time frame to be able to benefit after that date. Some communities do that, but they have to put a limit on it. And if you're one of the communities that pays out all of the money, some communities do that. They don't invest, they don't set aside some of the money. You can't take care of your future generations if you do that. It's basically going to mean whoever's not on the list is going to miss out. So that's a consequence you have to think about when we talk about what to do with the money. But we can come up with some options in terms of those cutoff dates. We can talk about people who have passed away and what we do with folks like that. that fit into that court category, we can come to you with those questions and see what you have to say or what you think. Just like we do when your governance committee comes around and they want to make amendments to the Election Act, as an example. They come around and have meetings, right? And they ask you what you think. We're going to be doing consultations like that.
What about the ones that moved out of Montreal and they got their settlement somewhere else? Are they allowed to come back and create?
She's talking about double dipping. I'm going to do that. I'm going to transfer to Montreal Lake. I got my cows and plows like 5 years ago. A lot of bands, because that's happening all over Canada, right? You get bands who Treaty 8 they were the first to settle, right? I come from Treaty 8. A lot of bands right now, they're putting a clause in their trust agreement that says if you're transferring over from another nation and you already received this benefit from that other nation, that you can't also get it here. Because that's called double dipping, isn't it? So a lot of bands are dealing with it that way. We've already started talking about that.
Oh, we got another question.
Ratification. Oh, you were talking about 1,000 flowers and getting 45 days. I think that would be good for elders especially. And I guess I would agree. And, the other thing is the ratification vote there, if it's a yes. Does that include all those claims or just 1,000 flowers?
The ratification vote, Canada starts off and they say 25% of your voting, your electors have to participate, and then 50% plus one have to vote yes. That's their starting threshold, but you guys can change that, like if you want to make it higher. And that vote will only be for cows and cows. One of the things that Canada has been doing, and we've heard bits and pieces of this from other people, is they're trying to be sneaky with their settlement agreements. And they're trying to say, yeah, this is about cows and plows, but you're going to be signing away. Like they're basically saying I think it was a medicine chest clause. For one nation in Alberta, they were trying to get them to sign away their right to that, and it had nothing to do with the claim they were dealing with. So they try to be sneaky that way, but we're going to make sure that they're not going to get all that past us. We'll make sure this is only about cows and plows.
How long have you been doing this presentation? Like, how many years?
Doing this presentation? I've been presenting to communities for a long time. I've been practicing going on 22 years, if that's what you mean. But this presentation is new. I've only been doing it this week. This particular presentation, but my legal work, going on 22 years.
I don't see any more hands up. I guess, Don, you can keep going.
Okay, really good questions, important questions, and of course we're making note of them. We're going to talk about it at community meetings. I wanted to move now into your first timber claim, the one that you already know about. This one involves Little Red. And this timber claim is a joint claim that was filed between Montreal Lake and L'Orange back in the day, before I started working for your nation. It's been going on for a while now. But it's gone through a number of different phases. We're now in the final phase of this claim. It's been validated by the Specific Claims Tribunal, which means they said this is a valid claim. This surrender was not done properly. All of that has been stated. Then there was a dispute about how much timber was actually taken from Little Red, because Canada was saying, we didn't even take that much, or these companies didn't even take that much timber. And what timber was taken, the band was already paid for that. So what are you complaining about? That was basically what they were saying. So we hired some experts, and those experts were able to convince the tribunal that a lot more timber was taken from Little Red than they were letting on. The companies that were operating on Little Red were the same ones that were operating at Sturgeon. And we all know that there was a bunch of funny business that went on over there. Those companies were underreporting how much timber was taken, and they were taking the wrong species of timber. They were taking other ones they weren't allowed to. So we went through that phase, and that was really good. We got a positive result there. Now we're in the last stage, which is trying to figure out what compensation should be paid to the bands. Canada and the two bands, we all hired experts that are well versed in, we've basically hired economists to help us figure out how much compensation should be paid. We have a report that was rendered and filed with the tribunal. Now Canada's working on theirs. And they have asked the tribunal to hold off until July to let them finish that report. So we don't know what their position is on that. They'll try to get the lowest number possible, though, we know that. And then we're going to go back to the tribunal for a hearing, and then a written decision is going to be made, which will tell us what compensation should be paid to the bands. So the next update should probably come around July. July or August, we'll know if there's going to be a hearing date. Is there any questions about Little Red timber claim? For this one? Just L'Orange and Montreal Lake, because that piece of land, as you know, was jointly owned by the two bands during the time period we're talking about. Now they're split, right? But back then, it was jointly owned. That's why there's two bands involved. Okay, I'll move on. This is a good lead-in to the next claim, because through our research, we had discovered that there was a timber surrender that was like in the 1930s that was taken on this reserve. And it made us think, if they're going to do all that funny business over at Little Red, maybe they were doing it on your main reserve. And so we have a researcher that's looking into this. And right now, the researcher is saying it doesn't look like that timber surrender was valid, like they didn't follow the Indian Act rules, just like in Little Red. So now we're trying to figure out, was there underreporting and all the other stuff that came with the one at Little Red. So as soon as we get that report, we will resume discussions on this one. Now, I've been working for your band since around 2017, and I've done a number of elder interviews for different purposes, different claims. And I was hearing bits and pieces about military activities being conducted on your reserve or very near your reserve. I think it was, when did we do that? When did that one person show us that painting, Senator? That was 2 years ago? 2 summers ago at Malanosa. We had conducted some interviews there, and somebody had showed us a painting. It was basically a rendering of some of those activities that occurred. There's planes, and some of the stories that we're hearing is that people were on the lake fishing, minding their own business, and there's like bullets strewn over there across the lake and over their heads. Some people even say that they think that there was bombs. Definitely people were seeing planes. And so our researcher looked into it, and she had said there's a lot of military, there was training facilities and testing facilities all around PA. So it's very, very possible that these elders were accurate with what was going on. And there's other nations that have filed these types of claims. I work for a couple of the Dene nations up north, and one of them settled a bombing range claim that had to do with being denied access to their territories, and the impact that it's having on their rights and things like that. But other bands, they're saying, we actually found live bombs on our reserve. This is not safe. We don't know if our lands have been contaminated. We don't know if people have been killed. All of these things have to be investigated. We don't know much right now, and I'm not trying to scare you, but we have to figure out if the same thing happened here. And that's part of what this research is about. So as soon as we get those reports back and we do some more interviews, we'll bring that back to you guys. National Parks claim. So a lot of people, this kind of refers to like the Waskasiu type area, but it kind of goes beyond that, and so that's why we're kind of calling it the National Parks claim, because there was the Sturgeon Forest Reserve involved, and then the PA National Park. This work was started before I started working for Montreal Lake. And then we had filed a claim with the specific claims tribunal. And the response that we received was that we don't think that this quite fits within our rules for submitting this claim. And the reason they gave is they said it's too much of an ongoing nature. So specific claims, they have this rule, and it says that the claim has to be at least 15 years old. And it can't involve claims that are being alleged to be breached even today. So this claim, one of the things that we heard is that people's hunting, fishing, trapping, gathering rights were very much affected back then, and it's still happening today. You guys weren't allowed to go into those parks. People were forcibly removed from those parks with no compensation, and they said, you're going to have to take another angle because this is too much of an ongoing nature. So what we're doing now is we have a researcher that's looking at whether this should be paired as a treaty land entitlement claim. Because the research is showing, and you guys probably know this, that at one point you guys wanted your main reserve to be in Waskasiu. That's where your ancestors chose the reserve to be. And for whatever reason that didn't happen. Maybe Canada just convinced you guys to take it somewhere else because they wanted those lands for a park. We don't know. We're trying to find out. And the boundaries of that park have changed over time. We have maps that show at one time Montreal Lake was almost completely surrounded by the park. Where were you supposed to exercise your rights? and then those boundaries moved a little bit. And so that's all being investigated, whether that is a better angle for this type of claim. And if the research isn't favorable, then we're most likely going to be talking about moving to litigation, which doesn't have those rules about being of an ongoing nature. So I'll let you know when we get those reports back. The final two claims.
I got a question here online regarding the claim for the park. I just have to find it here. Did he delete his question? Are we going to receive money from Waskesiu, the Waskesiu claim?
I think it's too early to say that. We kind of know that for agricultural benefits and the Little Red Timber claim, we're talking about compensation there. But for the other claims, it's a little too early. I know I can tell you what other nations settled these types of claims for, right? It's all public knowledge. Anyone can go on the internet and access that. Except for the ones that are deemed confidential, nobody's allowed to know those. But for that one in particular, I can't say that there's going to be compensation. We have to see where that research takes us. Okay, so what you see on the screen here, for those of you, but like the elders in the room, I guess I should say, the ones that were at the elders gathering back in November, we had disclosed this at that time. So for some of you, you're probably hearing it for the first time. But recent developments are that your chief and council want me to investigate whether there is a treaty land entitlement claim for Little Red. A lot of the elders at Little Red and the leadership have been telling me, we think there's some funny business that went on with the boundaries. We think maybe we were shorted some land. They also talk about, even today, there's jurisdictional issues about who owns bridges and stuff like that because of these boundary issues. And when there was the split between L'Orange and Montreal Lake for that parcel of land, that Little Red, were the boundaries fair? Were the boundaries correct? Did those boundaries move over time? So that's what our researcher is looking at. So we don't know if there's a TLE claim there, but we're definitely going to investigate that. Another one, Soldier Settlement Board claims, they're called. So other nations that have had First Nation veterans from their reserves, like we all know that when they came back from the war, they needed to come back home, right? And so there was this program where the feds would grant them a piece of land upon their return, which is usually on their home reserve. Almost like you're setting aside a piece of land like a CP, giving them a certificate of possession. It was kind of like that. So we're trying to figure out whether that happened with your veterans from Little Red and Montreal Lake. Because anytime land is appropriated from a First Nation, anytime land is taken away, even for a railroad, your band is supposed to have that land replaced or at least be compensated for that. So that's kind of what we're looking at, and it's not, this is one of those things where we're not trying to scare veterans, okay? We're not those type of people. It's not like if this happened, we're going to be yanking land back or anything like that. It's not about that. It's about figuring out whether the band was compensated if that did happen. We're also going to be looking at if those veterans were owed that, maybe some of your veterans were skipped. We're going to look at that too. That maybe you didn't get what you're owed. And so Joan Holmes is also working on that one, and she's looking at both Little Red and Montreal Lake. So this slide, we kind of talked about this earlier, so I'm not going to rehash it. You know, we gave Canada that deadline for responding. It's been suggested by former Chief Frank that, you know, maybe give them to the end of February and then consider some options. Those options I went through earlier. And so as soon as we learn something new, we will let you know. We will let you know. Just know that, oh goodness, it's been a long week. But just know that if we go a little bit like a month or two between updates, just know that we're not withholding information from you. It's because we haven't learned anything substantial enough to share. You know, so just know that we're working on these things. I spoke to the chief before I did this presentation, and I said, what do you think about me adding a slide about the specific claims reporting center? So the purpose of this slide is just to let everybody know, like, I'm talking to you about the status of your claim. I told you earlier that the agricultural benefits claim, your cows and plows, has not been settled, it's not been paid out. But if you don't trust me or you don't trust your leadership, you don't want to take my word for it, you can actually, anybody with access to the internet can go to this page called the Specific Claims Reporting Center, and you can look up almost anything. So you can go and, just as an example, you can choose the type of report that you want. Then you can go to the province of Saskatchewan, you can add that. Then you can pick Montreal Lake, and it'll pull up all of Montreal Lake's past and present claims. The ones that I've talked about today, especially the new ones, are not going to be on there yet, but eventually they'll get on there. But you can go and look up any nation, and all across Canada, or you can search by like agricultural benefits, or flood claims, or timber claims, and in a lot of cases, it'll even show how much was paid out. So you don't need a special password for that, special access. Anybody can go and look at that. And that's what the reports look like on the right. That PDF that's generated, those are typically what they look like. So I just wanted to mention that. Just in the interest of transparency, right? Just some closing comments. You know, your negotiation team and your leadership want to make it clear that we're all still very much committed to open communication and transparency with the members. We want you involved every step of the way. We want your input and your feedback, and we will be coming to you to discuss these important matters when the time comes. We're still very much committed to fair compensation for the members. So we're not just going to accept Canada's first offer when we meet with them again for cows and plows. We're going to try to get you the best deal possible. And as part of that fair compensation, you know, I just wanted everybody here to know, I've said this in the past, but for those of you who haven't been to assemblies where I've been present, fair compensation also means fair compensation to your lawyer that works on these claims. You know, you may have heard of other nations, their lawyers are taking a percentage of these claims, or that's the deal that they made. I don't do that. I don't do that for any of these claims. I don't do it for other nations that I work for. How I get paid is my hourly rate. Literally all the time that I put in, that's all I'm paid for. I don't get a bonus at the end of the day, neither does your counsel. And so that's my commitment to you as well, is I'm going to be fair with those legal fees. Lastly, I mean, we're talking about, you know, are we signing away a treaty right? That's not something that we take lightly, right? We want to make sure that we're not doing stuff like that. And so we're going to have that discussion. And we're also going to be talking about ways that we can protect future generations. You know, Indigenous people, they say we have to always think 7 generations ahead. We can't just think about ourselves and what's right in front of us. We have to think long term. And so we're going to be having those discussions as well. How about, you know, about different ways that we can achieve that. And we expect to do that at these upcoming community meetings. So that's kind of it for the update, unless you guys have any other questions.
Any questions out there? I don't see any. Oh, Troy's got his hand up. Troy? No? Oh, he's giving a hand. That's good, Troy. Thank you very much, Dawn. Dawn Cheatham is our legal counsel for Montreal and Cree Nation, and she also donated the Edmonton Oilers tickets that we're going to be drawing after the assembly is done today. So give her a hand for the presentation and the tickets. We're gonna make some draws here before our next presenter. I know Gary's been sitting here patiently. I wanted to give our legal lots of time to go through her presentation, but everybody else, I'm giving you 10 minutes because we're going to get some bingo players mad if we stay here too long. And I don't want no bingo players mad at me. Okay, you rent tickets. First number, 269. You're a winner.
You have a little switch there.
269. Are you here?
Little switch.
Going once, twice. Redraw.
0. Just the last 3 numbers. Little switch. See it? Yeah. Awesome.
Better be paying you.
218.
I'm giving her a cookie.
You're a winner. 218. Over there.
No,
Yeah.
Oh, you brought the box?
261. 261. You're a winner. Oh, in the corner, way over there, right beside Leon. There's winners all around Leon. Can somebody come and help Kimberly with these prizes, please? 219. 219.
219.
219. No, is that you?
220, that's the next number.
Hang on, 219. Going once, twice. Redraw. 241. Over there, Fred. That's our. Oh, that's the sponsor. That's our Vanna White right there. 242. 242, you're a winner. Red ticket. Tina is a winner. 242. That's Tina. 242. Back there, Delia. Delia is the big winner. This one is a name, Keanu Henderson. You're a winner. Come and pick up your winnings here. Keanu, you want to say a speech? 257. 257. Going once. 257. Red ticket. Redraw. $136. 136. Right there. 136.
Who? Jackpot.
190. 190.
Oh, I'm supposed to take them?
Going once. 190. Going twice.
Sorry, I'm new here.
Redraw.
Okay. Wait a minute.
198. 198.
You know what
Over
yours
here,
is?
we got one.
You know what yours is? Look at the last three numbers. Look.
139. 139.
I can't. I'm not allowed to get tickets.
139. Over there.
Boss.
Virginia's the winner.
Don't mix it up with the other number. 220.
225. 225. One five three. 153. 153. Going once, twice. Redraw. 182. 182. 182. Redraw. I don't know, Kimberly was giving these tickets somewhere else. 166. 166. All those people that left there are not getting their prizes. 166. Or they're smoking. 208. 208. Right there, right behind you.
208. Here you go. You can go fishing.
252. 252. 252. Redraw.
What if you're next? Look.
I'm probably not a very good bingo caller. 235. 235. 115, back there, right beside Ray. $177. Right here. We're going to do one more and then we'll do our next presentation. 130. 130. Back there. We're going to, for those people that are not here, we're going to throw their tickets back in just in case they come back. We're going to give our presenters 10 minutes because this is going to take we got a lot of presenters. So Gary, can you come up? I'm going to put the timer on and you got 10 minutes. You got to talk really fast.
So after my introductions, Gary says he's only going to have 3 minutes. So anyway, I'm just here to introduce our CEO. He's been with us 4 years now, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board. So,
Hello, can you hear me on this one? Good afternoon, thank you very much. And like the Senator mentioned, my name is Gary Daniels and I'm the CEO for MLBD. I'll get right into it. If you have any questions, just raise your hands and I'll try to answer. One of the things we're working on right now is an urgent care center in Prince Albert. What it is we're going to build it right across Vic Hospital on the open lot there. There's a Ronald McDonald House home there. And it's a partnership with Big River First Nation. What we're going to do is build a building for SAHA, Saskatchewan Health Authority, and they're going to lease it, 2 50-year leases for 100-year total. So the lawyer mentioned something about 7 generations. Well, this will help probably 3 or 4 generations down the line. So with that, like you said, the partnership is with Big River. We're going to build a building, and we're also going to build a diagnostic center with MRI, X-ray, CAT scans, a dentist building, and a pharmacy building, all contained into one. The urgent care center will consist of 60% urgent care, 40% mental health. So there'll be 2 different doorways where people can attend both. Project will cost anywhere from 25 to 30 million. That'll be split between both bands. And hopefully Premier Mo is meeting with his ministers in the next 6 to 8 weeks. We'll have an announcement and we'll probably do a sod turning pretty quick in the spring. Yeah. The next big one is the OSB mill. I know you guys heard a lot about that, but we're hoping that we can get some construction going here pretty quick. With tariffs and the economy right now, that's what's really hurting the project. It's still on the pulp mill yard. A group from Ontario bought the whole pulp mill yard. I believe it's 17 quarters of land there. They bought it, but they've already met with One Sky, and they're going to allot 20 to 30 acres for the OSB plant, so everything's good on that end. They'll probably need about 150 employees for construction, and once it gets open, you'll have 650 to 750 employees in the plant. Waspasoo update, we bought MLBD bought just under an acre of land just west of the hotel there, up the hill by those high-end condos. Anyway, it's been going back and forth between the park office, between the people that sold it, to try and get it all finalized. So hopefully in the next 2 months that'll all get finalized, then it'll go from there and start to have a strat plan meeting and figure out what we want to put there. It's just under an acre of land, so it's not much land, but just under an acre, but it's prime property, and once we get full control, then we'll start working on that. There's up for sale, there's a SAS Forestry Products mill, just a lumber mill in Saskatchewan. Can't name the name just because of the process. But they're looking for us to come in to buy 30, 50, 70%. They know they need First Nation partnership, so they want us in there. So we're taking a look at that. That just kind of happened late August, September, so it's a long process. We had our website redesigned done by Two Webs out of Saskatoon, and they've done a lot of the work for the band. So they've done that. And also, just lately, Two Web has been looking for a partner. They want a partner so they can tackle more government contracts, and they need First Nation ownership in their business in order to work on those contracts. So we'll be probably in the next couple of months we'll be sitting down with them and see what that looks like. Laurent Wild Rice, just look, and no questions on anything so far. Alden, no questions. Right. Laurent Wild Rice, Montreal Lake owns First Nation, owns 5 shares. This is a business that the band was gifted 5 shares by the government. It was probably 20 years ago. But this business hasn't really done anything like profit-wise. So now they've hired a new guy to oversee it. He's from Kitsaki, so hopefully he can turn it around. Nihitav Store, Roger Bird is your interim GM right now. Sheila and Francis are the supervisors. We've had a few growing pains because we didn't re-sign the past manager, so going forward with the new manager, we're going through some growing pains. And I know on Tuesday we had a meeting, so the price of gas, I know that question will probably come up. Price of gas will be dropping a little, we discussed that, so we're going to be a little more competitive on that. And we've updated our HR manual, policies for OH&S, labor laws, and a wide array of updated policies. If you guys are not sure where the store is, it's just over there. Rogers update, Rogers Media, it's a big company, like you see when you watch hockey, they own all that. They're going to construct a tower here on the reserve. They've picked the location, but before that all happens, we'll have a town hall meeting. They'll come in, we'll put up all their maps and everything, show you guys, and if you're not happy, then they'll have to move it somewhere else, so that you guys will have a consultation with them, and they'll let you know. But what they want to do is put a tower up here, Reactland, Orange, and Grandmother's Bay, I believe. So they want to hit the northern corridor, and it's Rogers Media, so Rogers Phones will work on those, and it's competition for SaskTel. So hopefully SaskTel will realize they need to drop their prices and their plans on their products. So that's Rogers update, and then with that too, they're trying to get a sign thrown in for the community where they'll have a scrolling sign that'll have everything like band meetings, soccer games, whatever you want to put on there, it'll be out there so you can kind of keep in tune to what's going on in the community. I'm talking fast, I don't usually do it, I don't usually get to it. What's my time?
You got 3 minutes.
3, oh. SaskTel, you guys have had a tower on the reserve here for years, so now SaskTel heard what kind of deal we got off of Rogers, so now they want to renegotiate on their lease for their tower. So I'm supposed to meet with them after probably late spring. There's a gas company, petroleum distribution company. They have a lot of contracts with all the reserves and most of the reserves in Saskatchewan, the potash mines, uranium mines. They've also moved into Manitoba and Western Ontario. They're looking for us to try to buy some of their company, whether it be 30, 50, 70%. So we're looking at that too. Appital House, the feasibility study was done and it was rejected by the board just because of the remediation that has to be done on there. There's a lot of cleanup. All it is you have to dig everything out and bring in clean soil. So, but it could be anywhere from 350 to $500,000, if not more. So it's quite a bit. So now we're working with the band, and the band is going to look for another possible site. There'll be UTR addition to reserve, and maybe we'll put up another gas station there, maybe closer to the junction here. So we're looking at that. LT and Northside, we've both taken a look at both of those, and the same thing with those ones. They have a lot of remediation. I know LT's is anywhere from like $500,000 to clean up, and Northside is about 350 and up, and they have a bunch of work to do. We've approached both of them, and in order to get a bank loan, they have to have a clean site, a clean environmental. So that means they have to do all their work. So I don't think they want to do that just yet. Saskatchewan government do a yearly work plan. What do I got, a minute? A yearly work plan, we submitted, we get $400,000. Most of it goes back to the band for training and such. Manitoba Mucklucks, it's been a very rough year with tariffs and the economy, but a lot of sheep companies in North America are really suffering. Sagawa Ski with the wildfires, they're reassessing everything, all the for the cuts coming up in the spring, so they're going to be letting us know about that. We're meeting with SIT and SAS Polytechnics, and this has all to do with OSB plants. We're going to do some training plants once it opens, so we can get people right in there with some of the better jobs than just labor jobs. Kitsaki, they have a Plato software, and they want us to buy into the company. What it is a technology service provider. What they do is they train people for about 4 months right across the casino where their classroom is. And these people move on and they work for Bell and a lot like Rogers, a lot of companies like that. What it is they give you the training and you work off your laptop, so you can be working anywhere. You can work at home, you can work in the beaches of Hawaii or Mexico. So it's a pretty good gig, and it's 4 months and they train you pretty good. Bell Plane Factory, they just want us to, they sent out an invitation for a lot of First Nations to buy into it. It's a $27 million project. Clean Fuels Refinery in Belle Plaine, SAS, 25 minutes west of Moose Jaw. Kakawistahau, one of my last three. Kakawistahau, they have 40 acres of land right beside the airport. They have the gas station, the new FSIN building. So phase 2 is they're building another building like FSIN and a couple other things. So they're going to be building a hotel and some other stuff on the 40 acres. They're looking for partners. They're asking. Investment policy, we completed 2024. Strategic plan, we completed in 2024. Thank you. And just another thing on the cows and plows. I'm from Mississauga. Don't hold that against me. We're in the same boat as you guys. A lot of frustration on our reserve too, because all the reserves around us, Musket, Taku, Big River, Wichigan, and all the reserves just outside of Battleford, they've all settled, and Mississauga, just like you guys, were still waiting. But I guess we just have to be patient, and when the day comes, we'll all be happy. I'll see it all at the PA Casino.
Thank you, Gary. That was 10 minutes of Gary talking really fast. Does anybody have any questions for Gary? Okay.
The question was, is there going to be towers in Bittern Lake and Waskesiu? Just for on the reserve here for right now. SaskTel has had a tower here for 20 to 25 years. So we're just going to renegotiate the lease payments with them because they're way under what we got from Rogers.
Gary's going to be here for a little while longer. He's not going to leave right away, so if anybody else has any questions, come and find Gary. Eldon, a stump. Eldon, as you guys know, is our urban counselor, so he's going to give us a presentation. Same with Eldon, we're going to give him 10 minutes.
Testing. Thanks. Thank you, Don. I want to thank the elder for opening prayer this morning. And we got here a little bit later, Elder Billy and I. And we're glad to be here doing a presentation on Urban Services Inc. Just briefly, we got Urban Services established in 2019, and Chief Frank was our chief at the time. What we had to do at that time, we had to pass a BCR. We had to pass a BCR to create and establish MLCN Urban Services Inc. So 2 years before that, in 2017, 2018, we operated with a $200,000 budget that we got from FMT gaming. So that was our annual budget back in 2017, 2018, and in 2019 we got established.
Everything happening?
So those first couple of years we were, how do I say this? We had a small budget. So since 2019 to 2026 to now, our budgets have rose to about 4 million, 4.5. So we've come a long way since 2019. So in terms of our establishing our board, our company, nonprofit. So maybe listen to the board of directors there. So our board of directors, they're up here. Larry Burgess, Eddie D. Bird, Randy Scogan, Alphonse Lavallee. I think Alphonse is here. Alphonse, if you could stand up. Eileen Bell, and myself as ex officio, and Jeff as chair. The reason why I wanted to be just an ex officio, I didn't want any check signing authority, and I don't have a vote. When they vote on the board for board decisions, I don't get to vote. And that's the way I wanted it. You know, just for accountability and transparency purposes. So that's how that is. So we are going to have some more elections on our board here. So once that comes, we'll put it on the Montreal Lake app in our urban website. So that's more as we move on. Can we go to the org chart? So our urban services has started to grow, as you know. We've been doing a lot of JP work, and a lot of that money has been paying our, some of the admin dollars has been paying to keep our power on, keep the lights on, pay some of the administrative costs for operations. And we do have staff, we have 2 staff, Gloria Natao and Flora Helkett. So those are our 2 JP staff right now. But we're wanting to talk to ISC to become a service provider, because right now a lot of our files have to be sent to Regina to region, and that really slows things down, and it's really hurting families. It's not good. So we want to address that with ISC, and we want to become a service provider like another southern band that's doing that. And so we can help our band members even faster. So that's work in progress there. I'm even having a hard time seeing some of this wording here, but we're focused on partnership building, and that's continuing to grow. We are sitting with Saskatoon Tribal Council, and going to be sitting with them a few more times so we can come up with something, and others. Education, I just got in my hand here. I don't know if any of you guys have been to our urban grade 12 and post-secondary grads. This year, 2026, will be our 5th annual. And we've had the first 4 grads in Prince Albert. And then this year, 2026, we're going to have it in Saskatoon and have it at Prairieland, somewhere bigger, because day 1 is we're going to turn it to 2 days. So day 1 is going to be career day. Then day 2, the grad. So this time we want to make sure we take one nice grad photo and just honor our grads. But at the same time, I just want to mention that Montreal Lake Cree Nation post-sec, they have six scholarships every year. And So we looked at that, and then we have our off-reserve band members that a lot are going on post-sec, SIAT, SAS Polytech, U of R, U of S, and other colleges, and other provinces as well too. So what I found challenging was that a lot of our band members off-reserve are going to Canada student loans. And they have to rely on that, and then they start getting to debt right away. And the treaty right to education, sure, we are exercising that as a band, as a nation. But there's the ones that don't have the funding in place for their tuition and their books and their living allowance. So what I thought about was I presented to the board. I just said, you know what? We need to help our band members for post-sec. So we came up with a scholarship. And Dr. Sean Lassard is supposed to be finalizing the details. So once that scholarship, it's called the Senator Nolan Anderson Scholarship, and so we're launching that to help our off-reserve band members with their post-secondary challenges, I guess you could say. So we do have some bands, JP bands, and we want to thank the nation for the chief and council have really supported urban services, and we can't thank them more than enough because it is challenging being a non-profit, and then we have a pretty large officer band membership, and it's 2,800, and it's continuing to grow as well too. So and the challenges grow too. So we have a lot of work, and I know I only have 10 minutes here, so I want to talk about something that we just, it was on the Montreal Lake app, and it was called Geekinak Urban Housing Corporation. And so I pressed hard for that with the, on council, and so we had a joint meeting with the Montreal Lake, our board of directors, and council. So we ended up agreeing to sign a BCR to establish the Geekinak Urban Housing Corp. And we were successful that day, and Conrad's right here, video recording. He was one of our movers, and Charmaine, I believe. Just to get across the finish line, we had to get there because there's a housing crisis facing our urban nation, our urban band members. And when you look at Timber Bay, Weaquin, that's considered off-reserve. Molinosa even, and Laurent, PA, Saskatoon, Regina. We get calls, practically every week, trying to help them navigate through some of their housing issues. And it's hard, and we just don't have the funding in place to make things happen for them immediately. And they're faced with eviction notices sometimes because they don't have enough to pay their rent. And that's the reason why we created Geekinak Urban Housing Corp. So you'll hear more about it. We're selecting our board of directors. We did a posting on our Montreal Lake app and our website. And the deadline is passed. So now we have candidates that we have to select from. And we're looking forward to it. And you guys will hear more about it. Share with your relatives in urban that Geekinak Urban Housing Corporation is going to be coming up next. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Finnegan. Sorry. We do have $100. We have $100, two prizes for $100, and it's for urban. So Dawn's going to draw 2 draws, $100 each from urban. We did that deal last night. Thanks, Dawn.
There's a white one.
He's given $200, so 2 draws for $100 each, and you won't believe this, but the first number is 200, 200. Right there. Right there. Oh, she was you're confusing me. Elizabeth Gopher's got $100. Next one. 185. We got $100. 185. Going once. Oh, you got a winner right there. 185. Also, Kimberly and her volunteers are going to come up and help me make some other draws from the table. But our mental health program makes some draws back there. And there's 2 prizes. They put names. And the first winner is Talia. You got yourself a prize here. Talia? Redraw? They're asking for a redraw here, Talia. I don't know. Well, this is for Talia. And the other one is Melinda K. Bird. You got yourself a prize as well. Same thing. There you go. Congratulations. Are we ready? All right. 189. 189.
Please, I'll tell you if you win.
189. Are you here? Going once, twice, redraw. Ricky, you want to do the bingo ball? 122. 122. 122. Oh, right there. We got a winner.
Pepsi.
156. 156. You're a winner. 153. Right there. 226.
Yours is 260.
244. 244. Right there. 256. 256. Back there. 206. Back there. We got a prize here for our principal. Agnes, are you here? She went to her office. You can go see her in her office. $173. 173. That's the first ticket that Chief didn't get a winner. 173. Redraw. 255. 255. That's Christina. Okay, that's the winner. 193. Right there. 176. 176. Going once, twice, redraw. 283. 283. Right there. 209. 209. Who needs a haircut? 209. No, redraw.
209.
One, 4, 3. Right there. Diana. 1, 4, 3. 149. Right there. 194. 194. Where? Right there. 194. Jennifer Bird Natahau. You've got a prize up here. $232. 232.
So close.
151. 151. Right there.
Again. Oh my.
137. 137.
Again. Oh, purple.
213.
Blue.
213. Are you here? Right there, Billy. Can you lift that up? That's a multi-cut, and they tested it on Gary, and it works really good. 186. 186. 186. Redraw. Gary, I guess you're gonna have to cut your own hair. 192. 192.
Uh-oh.
216. 216. Oh, back there. Okay, we're gonna pause on the draws. We're gonna have some more draws, but first I'm gonna call on Virginia to come up here and do her presentation.
Get the light ready.
Virginia, come.
Kids can shut the lights. I don't know what she's going to do. She might take the cordless or she might take the stand. That's quite the entrance, Virginia. That's quite the entrance. Okay, if they shut the lights off, you're going to go on, but you don't need to. You can only put it bright two spots, not all the way. All the way is kind of bright. It goes really fast. Something's back. Look, what does he have? Should he go fishing? We can go stand at the quad when it's warm. Or the water. Gotta go charge the battery. You got 10 seconds to get the light ready. In. Wait for the light. No, you look up. If they shut it off, make sure it's facing her.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Virginia Bird. I am a Montreal band member, and my home is in Red.
Gotta get ready right about
I was 2022. And I'm going to start this presentation off by reading our mission statement. So our mission statement is to empower our members to live a healthy, productive lives by offering an in-house detox and ongoing support that holistically addresses substance use and promotes long recovery. We are a 14-day non-medical detox program grounded in cultural, land-based, and holistic supports to help our members heal and regain control of their lives. So if anybody doesn't know where detox is, it is at 722 Bird Avenue, and it is the former group home. So going back a little bit, our membership had voiced concerns to our leadership, and our leadership listened to the community members in regards to having a detox center in our community. The need was there, and our counselor, Carol Natal, took the initiative to create a board which were appointed and mandated by Chief and Council to serve our people. So right now our portfolio counselors are Carol Natal, Charmaine Ermine, Little Red, and Conrad Natal, Montreal. We have a board of directors. Our chairperson is Gerald Valentine from Little Red. Our Montreal board members are Lisa Henderson, Frank Roberts, Blanche Bird, Eva Henderson, and from Little Red we have Alan Glenn Halkett, Fred Halkett, and our elder is Eliza Bird. I really would like to acknowledge all of them to stand up, but our time is not my time is short. So I'm going to try to get through this. But I also wanted to acknowledge these two incredible men that were very active in assisting us with getting our detox program. They also had the belief that our people deserve better and deserve to have good lives, and that they, I don't know, what can I say? Willie was my former boss at one time, and he was quite amazing to work with. Every time he'd see me, one of the things he used to say to me was, Virginia, I got no reason to quit. That was his favorite thing to say to me every time I saw him. Anyways, I just wanted to share that. He was a very good man. And Blake Gilligan, him as well. He worked with us. He would come into the detox center and, he'd say prayers and smudge our members down when they were leaving. Always offered a lot of prayers and encouragement. So I just want to take a moment, if everybody could stand up, and just have a moment of silence for these two incredible men. Thank you. I don't have a timer for a minute, but I'm hoping that's pretty close.
I paused your time so it didn't cut into your presentation.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking I had 9 minutes. Okay, so I just wanted to also mention, before I introduce our team, that we had our grand opening November 28th, 2022, and we had our first intake January 25th, 2023. Okay, so I'll introduce our team. Our team, so I'm the director, Virginia Bird. We recently hired an admin assistant, Ravinder Guman. Our intake worker is Gloria Henderson. We have 2 support workers, Kyle Nataho and Darlene Charles. We have 2 cultural coordinators, Corinne McAdam and Cammie Roth. 2 day security, Veronica Charles and Lowell Nataho. Night security, we have 2, which is Willa Roberts and Samuel Halkett. And we have a cook, and her name is Evelyn McAdam. Just to speak about a little bit of the challenges that we see for our participants that come to detox. A lot of them, they do complete the 2 weeks, and they are successful in their 2-week detox, but once it's time to go home, they don't always have a supportive home to go to. Quite often they go back to a home where either alcohol or drugs is still being practiced in the home, and it doesn't help them to maintain their sobriety, and quite often causes them to relapse. Lack of safe housing and transitional supports limits sustained recovery. So we do know that our leadership had put together the shelter to help some, but we all know it's not enough, and much more support is needed in that area. Detox alone is not enough without environmental change. And I do know, and aftercare, and I do know that our health program and our leadership is trying to create safe places for this to happen, but it's not going to happen overnight. It does take time for change. And I wanted to take time to appreciate what our legal counselor was here, talking about the cows and dogs. Many of us got residential school and other forms of payments, and many people didn't spend the money the way they wanted to. And you know, addictions does play a big role in this, and I really believe that nobody plans to spend all their money on their addiction habits. However, it does happen, and we know it, we've seen it. I have relatives that blew the whole thing on drugs. And in the second round, the 43,000 that's coming out to the foster people. I had a nephew that wanted to come to detox and do the treatment before he got it because he knew he spent his residential money in a not good way, but he couldn't get there. He got his money and it all went back to the same way. So it's important for us to think about that. I know our leadership is trying to make plans, and I really think it's important for you guys to voice what might work for us when these monies come in. It's very important because we deserve to have a good life, and our kids deserve a good life most of all. And if we're not alert, if we're in our addiction, that's the only thing that comes first. Everything else comes after. And it's sad to say, but our children suffer. So I think it's really important that we continue to have our detox program here because it does help people. We do have success stories. I can't say too much right now, so I'm going to try to get through this. But I really think that was important to say because we do have to think about this. If we're in our addiction, we can't think that drugs things for us. So I just want to encourage anybody that's using to find sobriety if you can, and know that we're here to help, along with the NADAP workers that are at the health center. Okay, so one of the programs that we use in detox is our cultural program, and we find that this makes the most sense to people because it helps the people reconnect to themselves, not only to themselves, but to the community and to the land. And some of the stuff that we do use, if time permits, weather permits, and if the person is well enough to do it, to go out into the land and either go hunting, fishing, or trapping. We haven't tracked, but someday I think that will happen. We do medicine taking, cultural coordinators help with teachings and protocols and for picking as well as different ceremonies. The cultural coordinators also plan for sweat ceremonies and any other ceremonies that we come across during different seasons. We use nature walks and meditation, and we also use the well writing program. But anyway, I just want to say, our community really needs you sober, not just you people in the community, but all of us that are working for our membership to help make our homes better and safe. Lastly, just one more minute. I want to share our philosophy is that healing is a right, not a privilege, and it is practiced on cares provided within the community by our own people. This concludes my report for 2023-2026. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my report. Hi.
Thank you, Virginia. Sorry, like I said earlier on, we try to give everybody 10 minutes to do their presentation so we can get through all the reports today. Next, I'm going to move right along. I'm going to ask Vice Chief Dean to come up here to talk about Montreal Lake Sports, Culture, and Recreation. Vice Chief.
So they'll have the lights on.
Thank you, Don.
It's good. I mean, the Vice Chief.
So I think most of you know of the Montreal Lake Sports Culture Rec program that we run here in the community. When it was 2021, we became incorporated non-for-profit incorporated board. So we have a board of directors that we follow. So the board of directors right now is Roger, he's the chairman. We have Keanu, Devin, John, Judy. Our elders are Harry and Caroline, and I'm the ex-official for the board. We oversee the arena. We try and keep the arena open through all the winter months. We have some staff there. We have Cook Shack. Everybody knows Cook Shack. And then we have Corey Randy Bird there. We have Connor Roberts, and then we recently started a physical wellness program that's trying to keep the gym open up in the mezzanine. So we hired AJ Henderson. AJ's a Montreal Lake band member, but lives in James Smith. So he's commuting back and forth from James Smith and trying to run the gym, and also he's got a couple of young people that are helping him with the coaching and trying to get kids on the ice and just doing things in the arena for physical wellness. I guess one of the biggest things that Sports and Rec do is, we do a lot of the community events. Like for example, we have Judy and Donna back there selling bingo cards for tonight's radio bingo. All those profits come back to Sports and Rec, and it comes back to the youth basically. One of our big things everybody knows of is our $100,000 fish derby. That this year, March 21st, is the day. Brings in a lot of people, puts Montreal Lake on the map. I don't know if you're all aware, but we recently added about $40,000 cash to the prize money from last year.
So now we're being told that we're the largest fishing tournament. I don't know if we can say world, but in Canada for sure. We were told that we should invite the Guinness Book of World Records to our derby to count people, and then for sure we hold the title of world's biggest fish derby, Montreal Lake. So that's something for us to be proud of, right? And with that, it comes a lot of work. We had to hire a fish derby coordinator that works pretty much year-round, right from the end of last year's derby. She starts right away. That's Chelsea McDowell. She's been a coordinator now for the last probably 3 or 4 derbies. I don't even remember. But she does a lot of work for us. She does all our posters, all our signs, all our advertising. You should start hearing everything on the radio stations now. She also does all our bookkeeping, our financial records. She keeps track of all that. A lot of our profits go back to the youth and back to the community. I think you all know that a lot of our profits we go to our treaty days, our cultural days, our Canada days, things like that. Whatever we can do to help community events in the community, that's where a lot of those profits go. But a lot of it goes back to our youth. Hockey, soccer, volleyball, summer games, winter games, FSIN, hockey, FSIN soccer. Just recently we took 3 teams to FSIN youth volleyball. So lots of sport involved. We do offer a grant as well to youth in sport or culture, anything to do with recreation. You can apply online through the Fish Derby. And if your child is in anything, you just fill out the grant application and they will be eligible for a $500 sports grant or recreation grant. We've helped youth in different variety of sports and also things like dance, anything to do with recreation, right? So I'll just make it as short as possible, but there's some of our team that I really gotta thank, and Judy, I want to thank Judy for all the work that she does for all our posters, like our bingos, and she gets everything organized for that, so thank you, Judy. Can we give Judy a round of applause, please? I guess I just want to thank our leadership, our chief and council for the continued support over the years. It was probably 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, we all used to get that 3% deduction. That's how we built the C&D Memorial Arena. That's how we built the church across the road, was through the 3% deduction from all band staff. Anybody that worked for the nation, they got deducted 3%, and that's how we built those things. After they got built, they cut it down to 1%, a 1% deduction. That 1% was going to an account we called Community Foundations at one time. And that helped offset all the community events, community activities, but in the last few years, all the 1%, you all still get deducted at 1%, but that 1% comes to sports, culture, recreation. For all the people that work for Montreal Lake, that 1% comes to us, and it helps offset all the costs of mainly youth. Like I said, all those activities offsets all those costs. Little Red, all the Little Red staff, they get deducted as well, but they have their own sports culture rec that they get their portion too. So that's a good thing for keeping the program running. We don't have the federal or provincial funding for sports and rec. It's all our own source revenue, right? Or our own sources to keep that program running. So I think with that, don't forget to buy your bingo cards for tonight's radio bingo. Roger will be live on air. What time are we starting, Judy? 6:30? She even sitting there? 6:30. She's not even sitting there. Okay, so 6:30 tonight, so that's why we're trying to wrap up early so we can all go play bingo. Anyways, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Dee. That's what I said too. I don't want no bingo players mad at me, so we got to get done here. Move it right along. Bonnie, can you come up here, please?
Get the light ready.
You want to use that or you want to use it?
Hello. Hi everybody, my name is Bonnie LaValle. I'm the post-secondary director. I've been working in this position for like two and a half years.
I'm trying to get away from you.
Good afternoon to our band membership, leadership, and our fellow staff members that are here today. Thank you to the Montreal leadership for hosting these band assemblies to ensure that our band members are informed on the various programs within the community. Also, thank you to Kim Beatty, who's the EA for the Chief and Council, for planning these assemblies and getting after us program managers to ensure that our reports were submitted. The post-secondary program supports Montreal band members enrolled in accredited post-secondary institutions. Students must be enrolled in programs of at least 8 months duration that leads to a certificate, diploma, or degree. Funding and supports are provided in alignment with the post-secondary student manual. The student manual along with funding applications are available on the Montreal website and on the Montreal app. The student manual is reviewed on a yearly basis by the post-secondary committee. The committee includes 2 representatives from Montreal, 2 from Little Red, and 2 from our urban center. We also have 1 elder that sits with the committee and 2 council portfolios, Dean Henderson and Alyssa Halkett. Again, for our staff members, we have myself as director. We also have Raiden Valentine, who is our student services worker. She's usually the first contact when students are inquiring about different supports or if they have any questions or concerns. And I'd also like to take this time to acknowledge that Raiden has been working in the post-secondary program for 20+ years. Currently, there is a total of 84 students that post-secondary is funding this year. We have 71 full-time students and 13 part-time students. In the program report, we were provided with information and stats on students that are currently being funded by the Montreal post-secondary. Information provided includes locations of where the students are studying, the number of students in each location, and what kind of programs they are enrolled in. We are currently of the students that we're funding, we have like the furthest ones away. We have one that's in San Francisco, that's in the law degree program, and we also have a student in Yukon. Every year we receive a high number of funding applications. It's a lengthy process of going through each and every application with the committee. When going through applications, there are many factors that we have to take into consideration. At the beginning of the fall term, we had student orientation job positions in Regina, Saskatoon, Victoria, and Orange. This gave the students the opportunity to meet with the post-secondary staff and address any concerns or to ask questions. In December, we were able to provide our students with a Christmas bonus to help ease their financial pressures. And then again, earlier on this month, we have extended further support by sending a free security grant to them. The post-secondary program has repurchased a bulk order of laptops for our students who have not Looking ahead, Montreal is in the process of being approved for a new high school within the community. With this in mind, we have been looking into bringing in an education bachelor's program to the community. But before committing to a 4-year program, we're also looking into to bring in an 8-month certificate program. And that's called Indigenous Access Transition to Education. And so that's in the process of being discussed right now. And if you want more information on that, I have my table back here. And in closing, I just want to say thank you.
Because Bonnie is so fast, she's got 4 minutes. Anybody have any questions for Bonnie? We got a question somewhere. I heard. No? I guess you got no questions, Bonnie. Kimberly, I made some draws. I'll call Charlene up here to get ready. Right after Charlene will be Diana, but let's get some draws first and see if we got some winners here. Chief, you want to make some draws again, or do you want me to pick a... Okay. $249, you're a winner. $249. $249. Going once, twice. Oh. I guess it was just redraw. 132. Right there. 189. 189. Going once, twice, redraw. 131. 131. Frank's the winner. Make sure you do a lot of cleaning there, Frank. 231. 231. You got a winner over there? Cora Bird, you've won a prize here. Come and see Patricia. Cora Bird. 284. 284, right there. Got a winner there. 154. Right there at the end of the table. Just getting up. 239. 239. 239. Wow, back to back here. 239 was the last one. 238. 238. Right there. In the back. That's the winner. 166. 166. Going once. Twice. Sold. I'll take that one. 240. Right here. Yeah, right beside you.
Okay, you want to make a speech because you won that thermos? 248. Billy. 178. 178. No winner there. I'm going to put that there. 171. 171. We can't wait for that. Going once. Look for it. Okay, she found it. Okay, just quickly, the people that are parked in the lane around the loop in front of the school, please go and move your vehicles because the buses are waiting by the church and they want to pull up. So if you're parked, or I'm going to phone Roger with his tow truck. Please kindly go and move your vehicle. The buses are waiting. Thank you. And leave your ticket with somebody because we're still making draws. 260. 260.
See my window?
Right there.
What?
264. 264.
Walmart card? $100.
All right, 214. 214. Jacqueline back there, you won yourself a Duke and $100 gift card.
I have to go way far away. More coming.
We're going to take a break and we'll call our next speaker up here. Charlene's going to come up here. But before Charlene starts, I've got a poster here. Christian Nelson Memorial, Texas Hold'em and Numagay High Tournament tomorrow, Friday, July 30th, 6:30 p.m. Weaquin Hall. $20 to buy in, and if you don't have money, Leon Sorensen will lend you money, he said. $10 for rebuy-ins, 2 hours, 90% payout. Contact Roger I. Bird, Brent De Tauhau, or Bernard Bird. So Texas Hold'em in Weaquin tomorrow. Charlene, come. Also, there's bingo cards for sale over there.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, good afternoon. My name is Charlene. I'm a Montreal band member. I have been working for Public Works since September of 2011. I have some staff here that were supposed to come and stand beside me. Joy.
I was looking back.
The Public Works office used to be at the Vickburg Memorial Building, the old NLDC building. Both Public Works and Housing Departments moved to the old health center at the hub approximately a year and a half ago. I have some staff here. I wanted to introduce you. I have the counselor, thank you for all the public works. I have Don, who is my other supervisor. Thank you for all your support. And I have no committee members yet. And Jonathan Bird, and thank you guys for all the help that you do for public works. This is Richard Henderson. Okay, and I have solid waste. Richard Henderson is our sanitation driver. He picks up garbage for the whole community. Approximately 300 units and approximately 6 office buildings. So he's a busy guy. And no wonder he had a heart attack. That's why I wanted to introduce them to you guys. I had Kenneth Jensen sitting beside me, but he had to leave. Christopher had to leave as well because he's busy as well. And I think that's it. Really short report. Christopher Smith does the septic services for approximately 50 units. The lagoon is taken care of by the water treatment plant operators. Water systems, Kenneth Jensen is a water treatment plant operator, as well as Robert Bird. He's our new guy. He's a water treatment operator, and they both look after the water treatment plant, the booster station, and the sewer lift station. And Christopher Smith delivers water to approximately 50 units for those that have water system tanks. Solid waste landfill garbage dump operator is not filled yet. I also have seasonal workers, summertime versus fire crew, 2 leaders, 8 crew members, seasonal winter, field management, 2 leaders, and 8 crew members. They're working at the moment. They'll be done at the end of March. They just started in January. And Public Works also looks after some buildings. The new building, Whitehall, St. Joseph's, Anglican Church, Slag Hill Cabin, homeless shelter, the Jubilee Memorial Building, etc. Public Works also has other duties such as dog catching, community spring cleanup, and graveyard cemetery cleanup. And that's it for my report. Any questions? Short and sweet.
Thank you, Charlene. All your staff and stuff was up on the screen there, but thank you so much. Public Works does a lot of work in Montreal Lake, and you know, it's sometimes a little difficult, but we get through.
Yours?
Public Works with providing services. Diana McGilvery is your Director of Education for the school, so I'll ask Diana and Agnes to come up here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Diana McGilvery. I'm from Square Cree Nation in Manitoba, 25.
on, go.
I'd like to welcome everybody here today. And thank you for the opportunity to report.
Press that arrow. Awesome.
So, I've been employed with Montreal Education for 9 years at various capacities. This is my first year being the Director of Education. It's been a very busy year, but with our amazing admin team, we get it done. So I'll go into my PowerPoint. Our education team, our committee members are Portfolio Councillor Dean Henderson, Elder Jennifer Bird, Roger Bird, Andrea Nadehow, Sherry Nadehow, Linda Henderson, and Clarence Roberts. Our senior admin team is, our education advisor is Dr. Sean Lassard. Myself as director. We hired an HR this year. Her name is Tina Nelson. She just got married this year, so she's Tina Head. She's going around handing out some PowerPoints there. Principal Agnes Nadehow, Vice Principal Trina Cook, Office Manager Clinton Clark, and our proposal grant writer behind the scenes is Mary Stacy. Every year, this is our second year, right? We develop a learning improvement plan, action plan for the school year as an admin team. This strategic plan guides our program goals and priorities for the school year. Within that plan, we have program leads and division leaders. We also have professional development opportunities. We have a data tracking system, which is like a year plan. Our pillars for this learning improvement plan are treaty language and culture, literacy, math, student engagement, community engagement, and student support services program. And we also have regular scheduled admin team and staff meeting updates. Our safety protocols and procedures. We have 3 planned fire drills for this school year. We hosted our first one on October 7th, with 2 more to go this year. We have 2 scheduled planned lockdown drills that we're going to be hosting that we still need to schedule in. And there are fire drill and lockdown procedures at the front office. We have 8 security on staff, 2 for day shift, 2 on night shift, and they're 8 hours each, or 12 hours each. This year we have a AED machine, trauma kits, and naloxone kits on site. We're also going to be building a perimeter fence around the entire school, and also the new soccer field. And that will be co-shared by the youth center as well. School policy and procedures. We have a zero tolerance policy for gang colors, activities, and violence. Student attendance policy for our high school. No cell phone policy. We have IT support services.
Our school closures are around our cold weather policy is -38 with the wind chill. Other school closures are professional staff development days, funerals, and any water or power issues that we may have. And our staff are here during funerals. If they're not attending any community funerals. Our school programming is a nursery to grade 12 program. We have elementary, high school Cree language, literacy, numeracy programs, student services. We have 93 staff. We have a physical education program. We have one school liaison, library program, breakfast and lunch program. We have 2 guidance counselors and an adult ed program and 29 educational assistants. Our secondary level services, high cost special education is what it's called, direct services. Our high cost destination are students who require additional supports in the classroom. So we have speech services through Lisa Brillinger. Treaty 6 also comes to our school. Her name is Sky Angus. Jordan's principal funded speech services through Jill Frith. We also have educational psychologist, Krista Cochran, physical therapist, Dan Landale, and an occupational therapist, Jennifer Simonson. Our indirect services are through Treaty 6 consultants. We have staff evaluations. They run some of our professional development. Our SLP, speech and language therapists, also one of them comes from there. Early years, literacy, numeracy, treaty language and culture, grad coaching, lifelong learning, staff development, open admin access, and high school program registrations are all supported by the Treaty 6 consultants. Our high school adult ed program, we run on a 5-block system. We're currently in block 3. Our report card dates are October, January, March, May, and June. Graduation credits, our regular program requires 24. Our adult program requires 7 credits. Student support teacher for the high school is Maureen McKenzie. We have EA support, guidance counselor support, grad coaching support. Our graduation date is June 26th. Our tentative number is 37, and our year-end grad trip is to be determined. Student incentives and retention. We have a monthly student allowance for grades 6 to 12, including the adult ed, field trips, land-based activities, hunting trips, community soccer, Rising Youth Conference that will be coming up next month, sports, wellness, land-based camps, month-end student awards, school canteen, and our First Nation Athletic Association program. Staffing and housing. We have 21 teacher units, 14 are 2 bedrooms, 7 are 3 bedrooms. They're monitored by security systems. We have continuous basic renovations, upkeep, fencing, basic furnishings, tenant agreements in place, extracurricular incentives for coaching after school activities, and technical IT support. Getting to the good stuff here. Our land-based program. We have a full-time caretaker. His name is Charles Ross. And our land-based staff are Larissa Beatty, Beverly Bird. 2As are Chad Nelson and Cindy Bird. Our land-based program, we also have a partnership with Saskatoon Rivers Public School Division. The focus for that is to foster a relationship between Montreal Lake and Saskatoon Rivers Public School Division students. Saskatchewan. Land-based learning. It's a land-based learning model in the areas of Cree teachings and worldview. We also have a moving hall consultation with Andrew Morgan. He brings in a team to offer sports camps, wellness camps for our kids in the community. Literacy and assessment data collection is done throughout the year in reading and math. Our reading programs are level literacy, and then they keep data for the fall, spring, and the year end, and it's all entered into open admin data entry system.
Your mom's over there.
Cree language. This is new to us this year. We do a Cree and a post test. As you can see, there is small names in the pre and post test. So our Cree teacher is Ann Clark, who provides these assessments for the kids. Some major highlights for this year. We have 2 new classroom portables that were open for and ready for instruction in August. A new school website was launched in September. Our new school, we finally submitted that in November. And our nominal roll is at 449 students, 290 elementary and middle years, and our high school number is at 151. Montreal Lake Fish Derby, the school staff run this part of the 50-50 sales, and I have the past 4 years of how much we raised each year. Our largest amount was last year. Our staff have, it's a physically demanding day for them, so in lieu of them working the 50-50 sales, we give them a day in lieu that following day. Our parent communication portals, we have a school Facebook site, and our website for the new school, there's a QR code that is shared on the PowerPoint presentation where you just point your camera at it and it'll take you to the new school webpage. So that's my presentation for today. I'll take any questions, comments.
I have to give them extra time. They ran over there 10 minutes when I was scared they were going to throw us out of the gym.
Thank you, Bob.
There's a question.
Is there an age limit for your adult 12?
Is there an age limit for your adult 12?
No, not anymore. But the age is 22 and older.
Veronica!
22 and older.
He's trying to stay like. Trying to get people
You have kids that should be in school that are not in school. They're being made to stay home. They're profiting by taking back. These are young kids.
So the question is there a process for kids that are staying home to look after their siblings? Is there a process to get these kids back to school?
So the process that we use is myself and Trina, we check our attendance twice a week. If we notice a student that's missing 3 or more days, it's the teacher's responsibility to call the home visit form. So it's filled out and then it's signed by myself and Trina, and our liaison worker goes to the home and checks on these students to find out why they're not in school. So that's what we do. And then if we need to take further action and involve other people, we take that.
All right, if there's no more questions, let's give Agnes and Diana a big hand for their presentation. And they also donated a backpack from the school with bingo cards, so yellow ticket. Oh, I guess I gotta pick it. There's a yellow ticket on here, but that's also a door prize for tonight's bingo. So this is on your red ticket. Red ticket. You got yourself a backpack, bingo cards. 291. 291. Are you here? All right, you're going to be playing bingo tonight.
Over here.
She just walked in to buy bingo cards and she got a red ticket and she won. Dorothy and Editing Bird, can you come up here, please? Dorothy Nelson is our First Nations band representative. She's been working for Montreal Lake just over a year. She has an office, an urban office in Prince Albert, and editing as well, has been working with C92. So I'll let them introduce themselves and some of the work that they've been doing.
Good day. Thank you for the elders who lifted the prayers today and for inviting us all here to this event. I'm excited to talk to you about the First Nations band representative. My name is Dorothy Nelson, a member of the Montreal Lake Nation and the First Nations band representative.
Dorothy, you're going to have to speak into the mic so they can hear you.
Okay, my role is to support First Nations children, youth, young adults, and families come or involved or at risk or involvement with the child and family services system and family services matters to understand and figure out different ways to work with First Nations agencies and the Ministry of Social Services, together uniting our nations and supporting our communities. The First Nations family rep supports the First Nations to have a voice when children, youth, and families are involved at risk of involvement with child and family services. So my role is I serve as a main contact between the First Nations and child and family services providers. I participate in court proceedings monthly. That's like I get court documents and I attend chambers, Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert, and then also I've been getting out of province as well, but I do via Zoom due to the weather. I also receiving and responding to weekly court proceedings and legal notices under the the Child and Family Services laws. I assist families in accessing preventative supports. Support the customary care, kinship care, and alternative care arrangements. That's participating in family circles and family meetings. I also seek legal resources to represent the families in court proceedings. So if they need a lawyer or legal aid, then I kind of help them or guide them through that, through the system. I may intervene in child protection proceedings as well before provincial court. I ensure that the Children and Family Services providers address the real needs of First Nations children and families, including the needs tied to culture, land, and geography. So I do a lot of my cultural component as well in these case reviews. We just talk about that Montreal Lake region because a lot of our children don't know that they're living in Montreal Lake First Nation. So I am kind of like their link to our community. And I just wanted them to feel like that they belong somewhere. So I'm working on a book that just kind of like a life book. Trying to put that book together so that they know where Montreal Lake is, because a lot of them, they don't know their community. They don't know Montreal Lake. So that's what I'm working on. So I try and build, maintain, meaningful community connections for the children, youth, and families involved in Child and Family Services agencies.
Okay, I'll wait till you get some.
I provide support to the children, youth, and families.
That's not more
Different jurisdictions.
I'm just kidding.
I attend meetings virtually, provincial agencies, via Teams, allow the case planning, annual reviews, and completing the cultural component of the children in care. Participate in the development and monitoring of service plans with child and family services and family service providers. I do the child, youth, and family care plans, city planning, family care plans, pregnancy planning, even transitional.
Dorothy, closer to the mic, please.
Involvement with CNAP working.
Closer to the mic so they can hear you.
Okay, so I participate in the development and monitoring of service plans with child and family services and family service providers. The child, youth, or family care plans, the safety planning, aftercare plans, pregnancy planning, transitions, post-majority, and the care plans. I'm also involved with the C92 working group. That's editing. She'll introduce you to that program as well. So in summary, First Nations demand reps promote gender equality for First Nations children and youth, and promote the support family unity, connecting First Nations children, youth, and families with the lands, language, culture, practices, customs, traditions, ceremonies, and knowledge of their community of Montreal Lake Cree Nation. So if you have any questions or concerns, you can call me. My number is area code 360-7395, or I'm on via Facebook. It's under Nelson Dorothy. I thank you for inviting me here. Give us a meeting.
Thank you, Dorothy. As I was saying, Dorothy works at the office in Prince Albert at the urban office, so you can contact Dorothy if you're needing assistance. So maybe this microphone, I'll trade you mics. This one maybe. Testing. This one works good too.
Ahorita que you see me look.
Does it work? Can you hear me? Yeah. That's all right.
And a little hyper.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nadine. Can you hear me? Can I have some knowledge? We're good? Okay, I see some hands back there. I got it from people. Anyway, I started working, came back home and started working last March in the area of C-92, which is a piece of federal legislation that relates to the recognition of our inherent right to care for our children in our own law, in our own ways, based upon our own laws and our own systems. So I'm going to be trying to be short and quick here. So what we're doing is we are revitalizing our First Nation law. Those are the laws that have been given to us by the Creator. The ways in which we raise our children, look after our children, based upon Creator's law, based upon grandmother's law, based upon natural law, and grandfather's law. So I work with Frank, and Frank's been doing some interviews with some of our elders, looking at gathering that information, that knowledge, and those teachings. That knowledge and those teachings will be compiled into a process that is ours. He's been spending time with our elders council, our Katea, gathering their direction, their information, their knowledge, and it all gets compiled together so that we can look after our children in our own way. We'll no longer need to adhere to provincial or federal systems. They will no longer be directing us on how to raise our children. So we will be gathering with people, we'll be calling you together, spending time with you, listening to you, and your advice and your direction. And that all gets incorporated into how we raise our children in the future. Any questions? I'm just trying to be really quick and fast.
If we joined America, would it change?
Pardon me?
If we joined America, would it change? Would we have our own sovereignty, our own independence to make our own choices?
I'm not able to answer that particular question, but considering that we've signed treaty as a sovereign nation, our sovereignty would remain regardless of what the Americans do. Would be my perspective.
So if we did join the Americans, we wouldn't have this?
Yes, we will still continue with this regardless.
What's those? What are 92 about? Is it about taking our kids away?
No, it's finally recognizing that we as First Nations people have maintained our inherent right to care for our children in our own way. The federal government has been forced to recognize and adhere to that our way of looking after our children based upon our own law is the best way to care for our children. No longer having the federal government or the provincial governments come in and tell us how to raise our children and dictate whether enforce their perspectives on us and our children. Does that answer your question? Not really?
That's interesting. Like, it looks like we're becoming more independent.
Pardon me?
It looks like we're becoming more independent.
That's the plan, yes.
That's amazing.
Any other questions? If not, Dorothy and Edith, thank you for your presentation. If you do have if you're looking for any information on C92 or First Nations band rep, you can always contact these two ladies. Have an office, the urban office in Prince Albert.
That's correct. And in the annual report is my telephone number, as is Frank's. Frank is also in our community. So please feel free to contact us at any time. And when we ask and put out our notices for community gatherings, please come, please attend. Our creation, our gifts that the Creator has given us, our children, are important. We need your input and your direction for those that are here and those that are coming. So please come, please share your knowledge, please give us your direction.
Thank you so much for your report. Next, I'm going to call on Elizabeth Gopher to come and give us a report on the daycare. You can introduce yourself.
2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Gopher. I'm the interim director at the Early Learning Childcare Center. I'm taking over for Rita until December, so So the Montreal Early Learning Center consists of a daycare and a Head Start program and has been in operation for over 25 years. Our daycare provides childcare to parents, guardians who are working, taking training, or enrolled in high school education. We provide childcare for children ages 6 months to 12 years of age. Our Aboriginal Head Start Honors Year program provides in-center programming to our 3-year-old children. Our Head Start program also provides programming for our 0 to 6-year-old children on reserve and home deliveries for those parents who have chosen to keep their children at home for the Head Start year. Our daycare and Head Start committee members are Norm Bird, Mary Niederham, Jerry Bird, Tristan Bird, Corina Nelson, Elder Carolyn Hunt, Elder Claire Valentine, Carolyn Niederham, Charmaine Irvine. We currently have 9 full-time employees. We will be posting some new positions here in the next week or so. Larry and I are working on them currently. And our program highlights from April to June 2025, staff participated in various early childhood education workshops and held several parent engagement nights. We have 2 parent engagement nights monthly. We held our year-end celebration in June 2025 where we had 15 Head Start graduates and provided an afternoon of fun activities for the community. 2 employees graduated from the Early Childhood Level 2 program from SIT in June 2025 as well. From July to September 2025, we closed our center for the very first time in 6 years for the summer so that we could get renovations done in our center. Rubber matting was installed to enhance our outdoor space area. During this closure, staff updated their certificates, which are required to work in childcare, such as WIMIS, first aid, CPR, first aid training, safe food handling. We hosted our first annual Early Years Conference. We provided food hampers for all summer for families who have 0 to 6-year-old children living with them. We had our tiny tot station set up at Montreal Cultural Days in August. This station we've had set up since 2015.
Can you move that mic better?
In October to December of 2025, we hired a new cook and janitor, and we are blessed to have employed with our organization. We received one-time funding for both program.
Put right by the book and turn it this way.
We provided clothing for 0 to 6-year-old children on reserve and on children.
You see the light? Which way is it facing?
Along with delivery.
Yeah, so it should be facing her. And move it closer. Just a little closer. Yeah? Oh, sorry.
We hosted our 4th annual parent retreat in November. We provided Christmas gifts from 0 to 6-year-old children and our daycare and Head Start children. This is with the help of CHRs from the clinic and our Head Start educators. January to March 2026, we hired an interim director. We'll be taking over the position until December. Reba is away on maternity leave. Interviews for project manager were held on the 19th of January as we are looking to build a new Head Start building. We held our first Head Start meeting, which we started the planning of our year-end celebration. Moving forward, April to June, our goals are to start on the process of a new building, Head Start facility to increase the capacity of our children within the current facility, which is mainly preschool children that are at time in need of childcare. Finding more training for our caregivers. We have children who are autistic and seeking full-time educators who are trained to assist children with diverse needs, as we have a wait list for children who require one-on-one support. Create a better understanding of our land and traditional teachings for our educators and parents so that our children can gain knowledge of their culture and language. Maintain a good working relationship with the community, program managers, parents, and guardians. Year-end celebration is planned for June 2026, as we have estimated 18 out of 28 children who will be graduating from our Head Start on Reserve program. I'm nervous. So this was prepared by Reba Bird. This is a message from Reba. I thank each and every one of you for trusting me with your children and letting me be a part of helping your children grow into the amazing and unique children they are. I thank our chief accountant for all their support and guidance over these past 10 years, being employed with an amazing organization. Thank you.
Just very quickly, as you guys know, if you're not used to speaking in public, it takes a lot of courage to come up here and speak. So I want to thank all the staff that are coming up here. I know it's nerve-wracking to come up here, but it's a good thing. It's building yourself up as well and building your courage and building your character. Elizabeth Gopher has taken over as an interim director. Reva is on maternity leave. Elizabeth has family. She's not a band member of Montreal Lake, but she has family in Little Red. And Eliza Bird, that she's sitting beside, that's her grandma. Let's give Elizabeth a big hand. You didn't think I knew anything about your family, right? Jacqueline Halkett, Jordan's principal. I said Jacqueline, I didn't say Kimberly.
Can you hear me?
No.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, my name is Jacqueline Halkett. I'm the Honor of Jordan's Principal, Service Coordinator. We must always acknowledge the Jordan River Anderson family. We must always acknowledge our lands, elders, and our home along with our people. If it wasn't for Jordan River Anderson, this program would not exist. Between two governments who fought against paying Jordan's medical bills, now all Indigenous children have access to their unmet needs. So a bit of history for Jordan River Anderson. Jordan was born on October 22nd, 1999. Jordan's mom and dad are from Norway House, Manitoba, roughly 800 kilometers from Winnipeg. Jordan suffered from Carey-Feynman-Zitter syndrome. Jordan passed away at the young age of 5 on February 2nd, 2005, never experiencing a day at home. It's important to give acknowledgement to Jordan's principal and who he was. So what is Jordan's principal? So Jordan River Anderson was a young boy from Norway House. Jordan never got to spend a day at home. The government fought over who would pay for Jordan's medical bills. It was discussed that it is a federal government responsibility to pay for the medical bills. Cindy Blackstock brought the government over 10 years for Jordan's principal. Jordan River Anderson leaves a legacy behind for all First Nation children to have access to products and services. All interested people can either do an application in person with myself, Laura Halkett, in Prince Albert, or Miranda Henderson in Little Red. Online applications are also available through the Jordan's Principal website under Jordan's Principal. On Jordan's birthday, we commemorate him with a moment of silence. I want to share that teddy bear represents Jordan's favorite toy. It offers protection. The balloon represents his birthday. So here's my April 2025 to January 2026 report. So the government made cutbacks. We no longer have a social fund where people receive checks right now. So all applications have to go to SAS region for a decision to be made for approval as for SAS region. Where is SAS region located? It's located in Regina. All social requests have been cut, whereas in the past you could apply for furniture, fridge, stoves. So now you can only apply for rent. That includes damage deposit. You must have your landlord give the documents that you are going to be renting that place. Utilities, accommodations, and groceries are what you can apply for. So each month we have a virtual meeting. SAS region informs us of any changes. We were supposed to have them this month, but it got canceled. So who is eligible for Jordan's Principal? All First Nation children are eligible. Parents, grandparents, if children reside on reserve, they are eligible. Timber Bay and Biakwan members make Montreal Lake a reserve, so they're eligible for Montreal Lake First Nation. Children should also be assessed to have more access to products and services. I find that disability children receive a faster response time. Right now, there are over 146,000 applications in queue for approval. Since I started this position, I've had a total of 100 applicants sent out in 2024 to 2025. From April until now, there's a total of 44 applications sent to SAS region with 2 approvals. Where are the services available? So Flora Halkett is on board with Urban. She's our Urban Service Coordinator who helps process the approved applications from SAS region. Miranda Henderson is a Little Red Reserve Service Coordinator. I take care of Montreal Lake, Biakwan, Timber Bay, Malnosa, including all Saskatchewan regions. We are not restricted to the reserve only. We can help everyone with no jurisdictions. I am located at the BAM office. Our goals are to inform all of Montreal Lake, Biakwan, Timber Bay, Malnosa, Saskatoon, Orange, Regina, and areas of Saskatchewan about Jordan's Principal and the application process. Each jurisdiction has their own service coordinators that are available in their respective time zones. We're going to skip this. Skip that one. We'll skip the next one. So SAS region will need to know how the product will be purchased and delivered. Members must state how the product will be purchased and delivered. For instance, if they want to purchase a product, they can apply for reimbursement with the same process for the individual application. This must include the recommendation letter from any professional that includes doctors, nurses, CHRs, teachers, vice principals, social workers, pediatricians, eye doctors, or dentists. The person or business providing the service will invoice Jordan's Principal for support. The service coordinator or agreement holder will request that the funds be flowed to the to purchase the support. So these are the options that are available on the applications. You choose what and how you want to get paid. Let's get the examples. Sorry, I'm just trying to make this as fast as I can. Types of educational supports available. So school supplies, tutoring services, educational assistance, specialized school transportation. I won't read that. Psychoeducational assessments, assistive technologies, and electronics. These are the types of things that parents can apply for when you do an application with me. So group applications. What do I have? I'm just going to read the bottom. All group applications are submitted to SAS Region by email. And the school can apply for group applications, pretty much where children are is where they can apply for group applications. Reimbursement. When people apply for reimbursements, the client must provide the receipts, dates, and times of children. For instance, a request for respite, you will have to fill out more forms and provide your direct deposit information along with your application. What is respite? Respite is for children, child caregivers who help take care of children. An assessment will need to be done for the child to be eligible for respite. Example, they require the child to have less than 70% intellectual disability. Children with cerebral palsy need to be assessed with less than that requirement. Applications can take up to 1 year for approval based on the 146 applications that are still in queue to be approved. So I have NIHB forms in my office. I find that when you do an application with NIHB, it's a lot faster than Durham's principal. I have their number, I have their website, and I have their forms with me in the office. So disability tax credit forms. This is what I want to inform our people about. So what this is you have your child assessed with a speech pathologist or psychiatrist or any professional that your child deals with. So you get them assessed, and then I have these forms. You come get the forms with me, and you take these forms to your doctor. They'll fill them out, come back to me, and I'm almost done, I promise. Give me 2 more minutes. So bring them back to me and I'll send them out. And it takes about 2 months to get your back pay. And you'll get an extra $200 on your allowance for these. Okay, one more thing. This is the last one, I promise. So, I've been doing research and I've been trying to find out about this provincial respite. So I finally found it last week. So it's located in Prince Albert, and how you go about this is, again, you need an assessment from your doctor, and then send it to, his name is James, at this center, and it takes about 30 days for approval for that. So I really want to let our community and our members know about this. Come see me if you want to have more information on it. Okay? I'm going to fast forward to the last page. Have fun? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Real 10 pages here. Sorry, okay, do you have any questions about what this program is or what it's please come see me. I'm located at the back.
Just hang on, we'll take a question here.
I don't know if I missed something, but do you help out province First Nation, Montreal First Nation?
Each province has their own jurisdiction, and they have their own service coordinators. So Saskatchewan, we have our own jurisdiction. So for Montreal Lake, we have 3. One in urban, one in Little Bragg, and then I come here. But we do have, like PAGC has coordinators. We have like over 177 coordinators in Saskatchewan. Thank you.
I think most of the provinces, if we have Montreal Lake band members living in other provinces, that they can go and find who the Jordan Principals coordinator in that province, and they could probably apply there because if that's where they're living. I think every province has them. If you don't have, if there's no more questions, Jacqueline, thank you. Jacqueline does have an office here at the band office, so if you need more questions or looking for information, go and see Jacqueline at the band office. All right, well, Janelle, housing.
Located in Little Red. We currently have 6 full-time staff, 7 casuals. We do have 2 vacant positions open, a night security and part-time custodian. Housing is a challenging program. The work is not always easy. Our team often experiences verbal abuse and animal violence, yet we continue to show up and do our best each day. I'm grateful for the dedication and resilience of our team as we work together to overcome challenges and improve our services. We have been informing tenants of the housing policy, including the roles and responsibilities of housing and the responsibilities of tenants. It is important to be clear that many minor maintenance issues are the responsibility of the tenant, not housing. Tenants are expected to be familiar with these responsibilities and to address minor issues themselves where required. We cannot fix issues that we are not made aware of. All maintenance concerns must be reported by the primary tenant by calling our reception Jennifer and submitting a work order. When calling, clearly explain what needs to be fixed or addressed in the unit. Telling Rita, Martin, Lloyd, or myself outside the office, we're going to forget as soon as you call us. So it's very important that you call the office and put in order. Posting or complaining on Facebook will not result in repairs being completed, as it does not assist in us addressing issues we're complaining about. We we should not be hearing about maintenance concerns secondhand from someone else who saw a post occurring from another tenant. If you are a primary tenant, it is your responsibility to report issues directly to the housing department.
Sorry, I have to interrupt, but a white SUV and a white truck that's parked in the back, you're blocking somebody that's wanting to get out. If you can go move your vehicles, that would be great. Thank you. I hope that's not Janelle's vehicle.
To support tenants in meetings, to support tenants in meeting these responsibilities, tenant maintenance training will now be offered every other month in Montreal Lake and Blue Red. Attendance at this training will be mandatory for anyone applying for housing in Montreal Lake and Blue Red. Housing has recently purchased a housing database system, and we have begun implementation. The system will allow us to track the full history of each housing unit, including repairs and replacement completed over time, as well as a general overview of the unit's condition. The database will also manage tenant applications and renovation applications in one centralized system. We are very excited about this improvement and positive impact that it will have on efficiency and affordability of the housing program. Our housing committee is made up of 4 dedicated Montreal Lake and Little Red women. The committee meets monthly with meetings rotating between Little Red and Montreal Lake to ensure community members in both areas have the opportunity to bring forward concerns and their applications. The committee also reviews matters related to tenants not following the tenant agreement as outlined in the housing policy. The Housing Advisory Committee serves as a recommending body only. It does not make final decisions. All recommendations are forwarded to Chief and Council for final review and approval. I would like to acknowledge that serving on this committee requires a significant amount of mental and emotional commitment. Our meetings last anywhere from 6 to 8 hours, and the work involved is demanding and challenging. Thank you to my committee for your dedication and commitment. The recommendations you make are never easy, especially when they involve families and their homes. Your care and thoughtfulness and integrity do not go unnoticed. With our housing application process, we update the list for both Montreal Lake and Blue Red every time we receive a new application. However, we ask everyone update every April as well. The reason we do this is due to maybe the dynamics of the family has changed. A lot of people break up, make up, have had more children coming to their home. If you applied a year ago or more, then it would be listed as incomplete due to not being updated, which is why we always encourage everyone to update their application. If the application is not filled out properly or there is missing information, the application will be considered incomplete. You will be contacted for further information. The selection of units that is available based on the application that is submitted and the criteria outlined in our policy, which is why we ask applications be updated every time your dynamics change. This is based on the national occupancy standards. For example, if a 3-bedroom unit becomes available, then it's not suitable for a family of 3 or 6. This is due to that standard for housing, a maximum of 2 persons per bedroom. Household members aged 18 or older have separate bedrooms. 18 and under may share a room of the same sex. Under 5 may share a room with a parent. Due to the number of inconsistencies we've been encountering, we now require applicants to provide support letters and proof that children listed under their care. This is to ensure accuracy and fairness for everyone. We have a total of 148 housing applications here in Montreal Lake.
49 families, 10 trades are looking for smaller or bigger units, 59 singles, 14 incomplete applications, and 10 on the 2-year wait list. Rent and maintenance fees. For CMHC units, we are paying off a mortgage, which is why rent is required on these units. If we fall behind, then housing has to offset these costs. And then when that happens, it's taken away where we can utilize funding in other places. For rent, the 2-bedroom costs $305. A 3-bedroom unit is $325. 4-bedroom is $345. A 5-bedroom unit is $395. For bad units, maintenance fee covers the cost to repair or replace items such as water heaters, which can cost anywhere from $600 to $1,100. A furnace, parts are a maximum of $600. To replace is over $5,000. Any maintenance materials required, such as plumbing parts, we do not get any funding for bad units unless it's for a renovation. When these fees are not paid, then again, housing has to help offset these costs. And when that happens, it's taken away where we can utilize funding in other places. Income assistance cannot pay rent on bad units. For rent on a bad unit is $137.50. For elders living in bad units, it's $50. We have 307 units in Montreal Lake. 111 of them are CMHC units, and 196 bad units. We have 11 vacant units due to being unlivable or needing renovations. We have had a total of 241 maintenance work orders since April as of today. Montreal Lake has repaired or replaced 14 plumbing, sewers, some pump issues, 12 electrical, 31 furnaces, 23 water heaters, 7 others. New builds and renovations. Montreal Lake Cree Nation will be getting 26 new units that were approved within the last year and a half. 6 cabins are currently being built in the old sub. Thank you.
Now she had her own timer. I just want to acknowledge Janelle. I've been here 2.5 years, and Janelle has brought the housing program from where it was 2.5 years ago to where it is today. I was getting calls last year, and I even talked to Janelle because there was other First Nations calling and asking for Janelle to go and set up their housing programs for them. Give her a big hand. But I also told her that she couldn't leave. As Janelle mentioned, housing is a really tough portfolio, a tough program. Our housing staff get abused, sworn at, and like she said, they still show up to come to work the next day. It's a really tough program. I acknowledge the work, what they've done with Montreal Lake Housing, and I'm not just blowing smoke here. I was getting calls from First Nations wanting Janelle to go and set up their housing program. Thank you, Janelle. Is there any questions?
I'd like to thank Janelle for all the work she's done. I've been working for housing for over 15 years. I've noticed we've had our house confirmed and randomized more. There's a way we can stop this or slow down is to offer the homeowner go to AA or detox or treatment center while they're there in the treatment center to renovate their home. It's one of the things I would like to see, is to use our membership first on new builds or renovations before contracting with non-membership. Thank you.
Thank you, housing. We'll move along to the next program. I guess we're, they have draws for 5 $50 gift certificates to the store. Oh, the names are on them. They made the draw before. Shirley De Tahoe, you got $50 gift certificates.
Oh my God. He doesn't go here.
Carissa Bird, you got $50 gift certificate to the store. Clarice Roberts, you got $50. Charlene Sabenko, you got $50 to the store. Marcy Seawap, you got $50. And they got more prizes here. Just hang on. That's yours. Congratulations. Yvonne Nelson, Cowboy, that's Bernard, I think. And Lena Bird. You got some hoodies up here. Carol wants to say a few words.
Hi. Good afternoon. I just want to make a comment on housing here real quick. If you didn't notice that Janelle hung up some air filters in the back behind her. So those are from furnaces. So one of the things that we've been finding is like a lot of people, you've probably seen if you're on Facebook, that a lot of people had no heat, during the cold weather. Sometimes all it is that they forgot to change their filter for a period of time. So what we've been doing is we're doing incentives of if you change your air filter, bring your dirty air filter and take it to housing and they'll give you a $50 voucher. So we're paying you to change your air filter. And the reason for that is because it costs, like she's explained how much it costs to pay for a new furnace. So that's one of the incentives that they've been working on. I also wanted to make another comment that, thank you, James, for bringing up your statement there, because that's kind of one of the biggest issues we've been having in the community is with addictions. It is causing issues to our houses. What comes with whatever reason it is, we find out later that the house has been really damaged. And the vacant units that you see right now, there's quite a few. We are trying to ensure that there are no vacant units, but as soon as we get 10 of them completed, there's already 5 or 6 that are vacant by then. So I want to commend Janelle and the housing committee because they have done a great job. I too have been getting calls from other nations asking what are we doing, how are we handling this situation. A lot of things that we are doing is pretty much a first. So other nations are looking at us and how did you do that? How did you manage to put this in your policy and whatnot? So the other thing with the policy, that the thing was over, her presentation. Anyways, the housing policy has been updated and the housing committee looked over it in November and it's sent to our governance committee. So governance will be reviewing it with housing on February 19th and 20th. And then from there it comes to council to be approved. So just some things that are going on with housing and I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Just very quickly, I'm not an expert in furnaces, but I did a little bit of work in furnaces before. I used to manage a camp for Cameco, and I used to have to check furnaces. And if you look at those filters in the back, Janelle can hold up one of those filters. If your filter looks anything like this, your furnace is not going to run, it's going to shut down. So if you pull your filter out, there's a clean filter and a dirty filter. If it looks like the dirty filter, your furnace is going to shut down. And go see housing, take your dirty filter there, and they'll give you an incentive. All right, Jason, it's your turn.
Thank you to our elder who gave us our morning blessing and also for the food and afterward. Today I'm going to go over a PowerPoint presentation we did last week. We had a small crowd last week here at the gym. At the band office. So we're going to read that again, and I'll try to be as very quick. But the important thing I want to also mention is tomorrow the polls will be open, so hopefully you can get to the band office to go vote. And so I'm just going to wait for Dean here. So I've been at this for at least 4 or 5 years. We've had a couple of delays. We had the pandemic twice, and last summer we had the fire. So we've had to wait a little bit. So now, after 4 community meetings last week and band assemblies this week, we're going to finish it up with our vote tomorrow. So tomorrow in Saskatoon they'll be voting at the Travel Lodge, in Prince Albert, at the Ramada, in Little Red at the Little Red Hall, and here at the band office tomorrow from 9 o'clock to 6. So I want to thank everybody for being here today again. For Don McKay doing a great job as our MC. So I want to get to our presentation here, and basically it's going to answer some questions on what is a land code. So again, we'll be voting on this tomorrow. We've had 287 voters, people vote online already. So hopefully we can get more tomorrow. So what is a land code? Sorry, I want to introduce Dean Bear here. Dean Bear is somebody I've been working with. The nation has been working with for the last 4 years. He comes from Musqueam First Nation, and he works with LABRC, Land Advisory Board Resource Center. So I'll let him introduce himself and how he's been working with us.
Hi, good afternoon. Again, thanks for being able to come here today and help support Jason and leadership through this process of looking to take over your land administration from Canada, because Canada has been doing not a very good job of administering lands on reserves across Canada for the last 150-some years, ever since the Indian Act and those repressive policies in the Indian Act have been in place. So again, I'm with the Resource Center. We provide technical support and financial support to the First Nation to go through this process at looking at eliminating all those restrictive areas of the Indian Act. So I'll turn it back over to Jason.
Thank you, Dean. So basically, a land code is it's a law where we're going to take over our land from Canada. So Canada has agreed. If our people vote yes, we're only looking after our own land. So a land code is a comprehensive law created by the First Nation to replace 44 sections of the Indian Act that relate to land management. When members of the First Nation vote yes to a land code, Canada no longer has a say in how the community's reserved lands are managed. Specifically, a First Nation exercises powers without supervision or approval of Indigenous Services Canada, and the First Nation holds and manages revenue from their lands instead of ISC holding funds in trust. First Nation land codes are an important recognition of First Nation self-governing authority. It sets a higher standard for accountability and transparency to members. It can lead to more efficient and quicker decision-making. It protects our reserve land base from diminishing in size. So under a land code, we can never lose our land. We can never sell it. It can never be sold, traded. We can only grow in size with land. We're looking at Malinosa and hopefully converting that to reserve land. Under a land code, we can get it done a lot quicker, a lot faster, as opposed to waiting for Canada to do it. It would provide for greater flexibility for codifying different practices in land tenure and contribute to building better governments. Contents of the land code are created by the membership of the First Nation. A land code development committee forms and drafts a land code, holds community meetings, and circulates the proposed community code to the community for feedback. The main benefits of a land code come down to 4 related overlapping areas. Moving a step closer to nation building, internal sovereignty, greater potential for economic development, gaining more control, and having the same weight as the Indian Act in court. The Framework Agreement on First Nation Land Management is a historic government-to-government agreement signed on February 12, 1996 between the original 13 First Nations who created and advocated for it, and the Minister of Indian Affairs. It is an initiative developed by these First Nations to operate on the 44 lands-related sections of the Indian Act. So originally, in 1996, 13 bands started this process. Muscogee was one of them, where Dean Beresford. Across in Saskatchewan, 11 First Nations have signed on to it. In Canada, 127 First Nations have signed on to it, have voted yes. Legal protection in the Framework Agreement. The nature of reserve lands are not changed, therefore the lands remain constitutionally protected. The tax exemption and immunity from seizures continues to apply. Future rights are not prejudiced, such as right to self-determination and land claims. First Nations with a land code are exempt from a provincial expropriation, are recognized governments with the ability to pass laws and enter into agreements with other First Nation and non-First Nation governments. Canada remains liable for outstanding issues and ongoing funding. So across Saskatchewan, we have 11 First Nations that have voted yes to a land code. L'Orange Band is the nearest to us. They have signed on. They agreed to it 3 years ago, and they're doing some amazing things with their people and their land. Under the Framework Agreement Land Code, First Nations have full jurisdictional authority for reserve lands, natural resources, and environment. Immediately upon coming to the force of a land code, Canada transfers to that First Nation all the rights and obligations of Canada. Key documents are the benefits of a land code, recognition of a First Nation's right to manage its lands and resources, removal of 44 land-related sections of the Indian Act. It protects First Nation land from ever being diminished in size. Community control over First Nation land management and development. Inclusion of off and on-reserve members in important decisions. Increased transparency and accountability to members in all land matters. Enhanced ability of the First Nation to protect its environment. Ability to create a local dispute resolution process. More efficient decision-making processes. Okay, so these are the sections that are going to be our land code, I guess. Part 1, preliminary matters, definitions, and interpretation. Part 2, First Nation legislation, community meetings and approvals, protection of land, accountability, land and natural resources administration, interest and licenses in land, dispute resolution, and other matters. So right now we're in the developmental phase because we haven't voted yes. Once we vote yes, we become an operational land. Operational. So the First Nation develops a land code. The First Nation develops a community ratification process. Those are the rules on how we're going to get run our referendum, I guess it is. Verifies the land code and CRP. Voter information packages are prepared and delivered. So a lot of you might have got an email from one feather with a lot of this information, and it'll also give you the process on how to vote online. The chief and the ISC initial the individual agreement, so that's been done already. The individual agreement is in place. First Nation and ISC developed the individual agreement. First Nation eligible voters vote on land code and individual agreement. If approved by voters with no valid objections, the verifier certifies a land code. Chief and ISC minister sign the individual agreement. Land code takes effect. First Nations transitions to operational phase. When the First Nation approves the land code, 44 sections or 1/3 of the Indian Act no longer apply. So under our own land code, we would take over these 44 sections. Section 18, the minister no longer authorizes the use of reserved lands for community purposes. The land code sets out the general rules applicable to the occupancy of First Nation land. Section 19, the minister no longer directs road construction and determines road location, authorizes surveys or create lots or subdivisions within reserved boundaries. So a good example of that is where we used to have our sewer grounds where they put it by the lake. That's something we would never do under our own land code. Possession of lands and reserves, Section 20. Ministerial approval not required for allotment, possession, or occupation of First Nation land. The minister no longer certifies for possession or occupation. Sections 23, 22 to 26, 7. Ministerial approval and rules regarding individual holdings no longer required as the land code sets out the general rules applicable to the use and occupancy of First Nation land, including the granting or expropriation of rights of First Nation land. Section 28, the minister no longer issues permits and the land code sets out the general rules applicable to the use and occupancy of First Nation land. Trespass on reserve, Section 30 and 31. This statutory offense and penalty for trespass no longer applies as the First Nation now has the discretion to create such an offense. Roads and bridges, Section 34. Superintendent no longer has the power to instruct bank to maintain roads, bridges, ditches, and fences on land. And the minister can no longer remedy such neglect and recoup the cost from funds held by Canada. Land stated for public purposes, Section 35. The Governing Council no longer has the authority to consent to the taking or use of reserved land by a province, a municipal or local authority, or a corporation that has the power to expropriate, take, or use land without the consent of the owner. Sections 37 to 41. Surrenders and designations provisions no longer apply. Alienation of First Nation land is restricted except where exchanged for other land in accordance with the framework agreement. The rules and procedures respecting occupancy of First Nation land, land use, and zoning are set out in the land code. We would be responsible for that now. Distribution of property on intestacy, sections 49 and 50. Approval of minister no longer required for estate transfers and section 50 sales of individual holdings. Management of reserves and surrendered and designated lands, sections 53, 54, 55, and 56. The minister no longer has authority to manage or sell surrendered lands or lease designated lands. Particulars of surrendered designated lands no longer entered the surrendered and designated lands register. Section 57. Governor General's authority to make regulations in respect of timber surrenders and mineral surrenders no longer required. Section 58. Uncultivated or unused lands provisions no longer apply. Section 59, adjustment of contracts provisions no longer apply. Section 60, authority of the Governing Council to grant right to ban to exercise control and management of reserved lands no longer required. Okay, myths and facts. So there's some misunderstanding about the land code and what it does. So it's a myth. A land code will impact my status or medical dental coverage. No, having a land code will not affect any member status or change any medical or dental coverages. A land code will impact my title and rights. No, Aboriginal title and rights are not affected by having a land code. The framework agreement ensures that title to First Nation land isn't affected and lands remain set apart for the First Nation, maintaining their constitutional status. It is not a treaty. A land code means taxation. No, land codes do not change status-related tax exemptions. A land code will turn us into a municipality. No. Municipalities are creations of provincial law and subject to provincial legislation. First Nations are not brought under provincial authority or made into municipalities. Provinces are not signatories to the framework agreement. A land code is a land surrender. No, land surrenders are prohibited under the framework agreement. First Nations reassert their control over their reserved lands and resources and in no way surrender rights or title. A land code creates simple fee out of reserved lands. No, the framework agreement forbids the creation of such title. First Nation lands continue to retain the same protection as lands reserved for Indians under Section 9124 of the Constitution Act 1867. The framework agreement is a government program. No, it is a nation-to-nation agreement between Montreal Lake and Canada, and it is being implemented by First Nations and Canada. It was self-developed and driven by First Nations as an alternative to the ineffective Indian Act land provisions. Adopting a land code without new land laws in place will leave us in a lawless state. No, your current bylaws and land management policies, procedures, and practices will continue until new land laws are developed under your land code to replace them. Okay, that's all I have. If there's any questions, we're here to answer your questions. If not, again, tomorrow, voting is from 9 o'clock to 6. Come out to the office, to PA, Little Red or Saskatoon.
Again, Jason and Dean Mayor have been working hard to promote this land code. Right now, with the way the laws are, our hands are tied with the land, with the federal government. This, with the land code, if it passes, if there's a yes vote, this will give more freedom for Montreal Lake Cree Nation to decide on the land. So right now we have to phone the government. We have to apply for this, we have to do this, we have to do that. But if we pass this land code at Montreal Lake, we'll have more freedom and more say about our land. Thank you, Jason. Judy Bird, Astam. Judy's been selling bingo cards, besides other things. Judy's been traveling around wherever our band members are in Saskatoon, PA, Little Red. I think she's gone to Regina a few times, making sure everybody gets registered. We want to make sure we get as many people registered, especially for the cows and plows. So Judy, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I know it's been a long day, so I hope you're enjoying the band assembly. Don, you gotta send me to Australia one of these days because we have a band member over there. Wants a treaty card. Okay, my name is Judy. I'm the Indian Registry Administrator. For the band, I've been hired back in 2011, so I've been there 14 years. My duties are status card applications, birth certificate applications, letter verifications, child registrations, very important. Moms, if you're out there, if you didn't register your child, please do so. I'm here to help you out. I update the band registry on a daily. Our population count as of January 5th, 2026 is 4,576. When I started back in 2011, we were at 3,865, so it hasn't grown. It has grown very big. Montreal Lake, we have Call 68. Little Red is 438. Urban, they have 2831. And we have over 700 different last names on the band registry. It's not just Birds, Charles, Hawkins, Henderson, it's lots. Over 700 last names. And we have band members from Australia, BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, California, Prince Edward Island, Nunavut, Oklahoma, Yukon. So I work out of the office from Monday to Friday. I try the best I can to go to Little Red on a bi-weekly basis. So we have band members there, and then PA, I go to the urban office. Thank you to Gloria for always welcoming me there. I try to go there at least every 2 weeks to help with membership. And I'd like to thank my go-to lady, my sister Jennifer. She always travels, she always takes me places wherever I go. Even in the casino. And to my honey Pat, they're my chauffeurs because I can't drive. I'm limited to get to here from there because of my leg. You know, I'm trying to not use my walker today, so it's going good so far. But it doesn't stop me from what I love doing. I love helping the membership. I also help with taxes and water claims. That's a lot of work I do. Over 500 taxes every year for the band. I also assist with the recreation program. I'm a committee member. I help with the fish derbies, the Molly days, the Winterfest days. It's coming up, March 6th to the 8th. I help with the radio bingos with the ladies over here, Donna, Vanessa. They help me out a lot. We have over 72 bingo players for this evening. We're playing for Skidoo, 55 numbers. So if you have a national, go buy some cards. Any event that's sponsored by Recreation, I help out. I try to do the best I can. I also sit in the post-sec committee, and pretty soon I'll be part of the elders committee. So yeah, have a good evening, guys.
Thank you, Judy. As Judy mentioned, there's band members all over Canada or all over North America. She's asked a few times she wanted to go visit some band members in Australia, but I haven't allowed her to go yet. So she's asked a couple of times to go to Australia, wanting to go deliver a treaty card over there. Okay, Larry Burgess is our HR director, so Larry's going to do a very fast report.
Yeah, this won't take long. Can you guys hear me okay? All right, so the HR director, I help oversee the company's human resources functions and help align people strategy with business goals. Help develop and implement HR policies, lead talent acquisitions and retention, manage training and development programs, ensure compliance with employment laws, guide managers on HR issues, and develop positive employee relations. HR directors also oversee wage compensation and benefits, performance management, the HR budget, all while advising the senior leadership on workforce planning and organizational culture. My role is both strategic and operational, serving as a bridge between the employees and management. We have approximately 231 staff up at Annabelle here. Recruiting staff is a major obstacle for us. We are contemplating different outside-the-box ways of thinking on how to recruit and retain. One of the best options we have is maybe getting some vehicles, some vans coming back and forth to Prince Albert National Park, where it runs 4 of them every day. We would have to adopt something like that. There's often positions that go unfilled, and maybe it's possible for urban members or others to apply for these jobs if rides are included. We're currently recruiting for a post-majority worker, an assets manager, an office manager for Little Red, another band rep up here, and housing is looking for a couple positions with them as well that popped up. We're working on a software program that's going to integrate all the kind of things that we need as program managers to help assist with the needs needs of human resources. It's called Bamboo HR, and our finance team is the first to roll it out, so we're just kind of seeing them through the process, and we'll see how that goes. We're finalizing the personnel policy. It needs constant updating. It hasn't been updated for quite a while. We've got to upgrade and make the changes as legislation changes. It's very close to coming to the Chief of Council's tables. We're working on the vehicle policies, personal property policies, and we'll be looking at the drug and alcohol testing and the workplace policy. That will be for safety-sensitive positions. We're working on the work chart as it needs updating and changes. Personally, I attend things like legal issues, webinar conferences, learning more about things that we may encounter. I attended an HR jurisdictions conference in Saskatoon in November. These are always good little conferences to attend. This was sponsored by AFOA. Personally, I've also completed the AFOA's Canadian Indigenous Human Resources Certification Program. I'm updating staff lists, reconciling group insurance and pension lists, all that fun stuff. And there are now job descriptions for each position in Montreal Lake Nation. We need to bring in Sun Life and Canada Life in the community. There are providers. Sun Life does our group insurance and Canada Life does our pension. They'll give an information session to all staff about their services. Working on professional development for program managers and their staff. I want to make sure we build capacity from within, strengthen their abilities, and help provide maybe some extra learning that they can take part in. Topics like critical conversations, giving and receiving positive, negative feedback, communication etiquette. They should also take competing training, which is personal information, document legislation, and keep a close eye on that. We're going to be working on an OH&S committee. We haven't had one for quite a while, if ever, and we need that. Working on getting a list with advanced consultants and contractors. They're supposed to be abiding by our policy, just to ensure that. And anybody who's employed on NLCN has to abide by our policies. So we'll just be organizing 1 or 2 hour meetings with different program managers that are specific to the different topics. I've done this with prevention, with grievous staff, and we'll branch out to some other staff. We have one coming up. I think it's grievous staff. This includes policy awareness, our discipline policy and its steps, and the different leaves that are available. That's it.
Thank you, Larry. One of the things I just want to add to what Larry's saying. If we have band members that are looking for work, and even if they're living in Prince Albert, we are looking at trying to get a van, like you mentioned, to pick up the Waskesiu. What they do, they got 4 different vans, and they pick up their employees and they bring them to work to Waskesiu, the ones that live in Prince Albert. So the van picks them up, brings them to work, and takes them home at the end of the day. So we're kind of looking at doing something like that for Montreal Lake band members who live in Prince Albert that want to come and work in Montreal Lake. We're looking at possibly getting a van and providing transportation. So if you have any questions, talk to Larry about that, and we'll see where that goes. I got handed a couple of boxes of meat, and it's been sitting here. So I'm going to make 2 draws just for those meat packs that were donated by the daycare. So the first one is 220. 220. You got yourself a meat pack. Are you here? 220. Right here. Give that to Kimberly. Look at the smiles on Conrad with that meat pack. The next one is 245. You got yourself a meat pack. 245, right there.
Like this? Like this?
We'll keep making some draws right now. $291. Are you here? $291. Going once, twice, redraw. Oh, Judy's looking at tickets over there. 291. Oh.
She's probably at work, eh?
No.
121. 121. 121.
Hello, where are you?
No? No chicken dinner here.
You know what? Come pick it up.
That's the second time we were last minute there.
Me
Okay, you won.
I won it at the school.
121, right? Okay.
Yeah.
179. 179. Oh, Clarice is the winner. Oh, 179.
I was about to say.
No? Going once?
Okay.
Twice? Oh. I'll take that one. 125. 125. Back there.
Remember your mic was locked out?
119. 119.
Bingo.
You got a bingo right there. One 140. Oh, I missed by one number. That guy right there with the New York Yankees hat.
Heavy? Don't even care. Should take a picture of you. Where's your phone?
173. 173. Once, twice. Talia? No? Two, 3, 0. Back there.
Where's your damn camera?
189. 189.
Somebody's calling. Somebody's calling.
Nope.
Hello? Okay, got this.
265. Bingo.
I'll bring it out.
You gotta go to the back or the front?
The back and front.
Well, you're gonna get locked out again.
276.
Okay.
Right there.
She's there?
Yeah.
Well, take your phone with you.
I'll come right here. Come on.
152.
Watch your fingers.
152. Oh, Joy's bringing more goods in. 152. Going once, twice, sold. 267. 267. 267. Back there. 178. 178. Going once, twice, sold. 188. 188. Delia back there. 165. Did you win?
Your phone's ringing. Oh, that's Kimberly's phone.
165. Nope. 292. 292. No?
You find her? Wow. When'd you go there?
You got 292?
You got the wrong chair. Why'd you go there?
253. 253.
Do some more.
253. Nope. 228.
The light is still on.
We'll do one more and then we'll get on with our presentations. 142. 142. 142. Nope, no winner there. This has got to be a winner. 236. 236. All right, Judy. All right, we'll call LaTonya Ross to come up here to do her presentation. I know it's been a long day. There's some snacks over there. Troy and Levi brought some snacks in, or Levi was just there to get snacks. I don't know.
Okay, so my name is LaTonya Ross and I'm the governance coordinator. So I've been in this position for a little over a year and a half. I work with the governance committee and they serve as a crucial advisory body committed to advancing governance initiatives grounded in woodland and plains Cree cultural values. So we will work in close partnerships with program managers, committee chairs, portfolio counselors, Elders Council, and CMC to shape our nation's future governance framework, ensuring alignment with cultural principles. Our main role is to provide expert guidance on governance issues, and this involves developing and amending key governance documents, policies, acts, frameworks that reflect our nation's cultural standards and practices. The governance committee responsibilities include, but is not limited to, evaluating existing governance structures and processes as directed by CMC, creating, reviewing, and amending laws and policies aimed at ongoing improvement and modernization, consulting with other governance bodies such as CMC, the Elders Council, the Appeals Tribunal, and the committees, facilitating community consultations on amendments to laws such as the Montreal Cree Nation Election Act and the Executive Act. Also, in February, we're going to be conducting ratification votes on amendments to laws of the Election and Executive Act. So they're currently located on our MLC and Urban Services webpage right now, the proposed amendments that we've collected from all the sectors. And so we'll be doing that February 9th to February 12th. Our governance committee structure, so we have our chair here, Frank Roberts. Darlene Kingfisher serves as Little Red. Key Wayton is our off reserve. And we've got two technicians, so Donald Bird, retired judge, and our very own Irma Murdoch. And Simpson sits as our elder. And we've got our portfolio holders, Jeff Badger and Chief Joyce McLeod. So documents that the governance committee has completed is the finance management policy, the duty to consult, the land code, amendments to the election and executive acts, and the terms of reference template for the committees. So documents that are currently being drafted are the amendments to the Election and the Executive Act, our Citizenship Code, terms of reference for Appeals Tribunal, terms of reference for Elders Council, terms of reference for Senate, and we also have a constitution and drafting mode as well. So, I think that's about it. Any questions? There's a lot of information in page 24 as well on your booklets. I also have my commissioner posts, so if you guys need documents signed, come see me in the urban office.
Thank you, LaTanya. Thanks for your report. Like she said, if you have any questions, she does have an office at the urban office in Prince Albert. Leon Sorensen. There you are. I didn't see you. Oh, it must be that Boston Bruins t-shirt you want on.
Hello, everybody.
Don't go outside without your shoes.
That's how we operate. I've been working with them for 2.5 years now. We have an advisory committee made up with members from our 3 sectors: Montreal Lake, Little Red, Urban. And our members are made up from counselors from each sector. Montreal Lake is Tori Niedenhout. Little Red, so this is Charles Hawkins. And Urban is Jeff Patrick. I can't see you then. The chair is Ricky Bird from Montreal Lake. Our elder is Jeff Okama from Montreal Lake. Little Red is Cameron Bird. And from Urban is Alfonso Valley. And we only get funding from PAGC to help cover our costs for day-to-day operations. We don't get big grants or anything else for it. So we're responsible for starting up the new divisions so we can make a profit to employ members. And so that's what we have to do. We decided to put on hold the previous divisions for the time being. And our main division at the time is the chain and fence industry. Our goal is to establish where we work we can keep on our communities that would otherwise be outsourced to other companies, therefore keeping jobs and money for the communities. Since starting this division, we have been able to purchase 2 trucks, various tools and equipment, and employ community members. So that was my overview. This is the work we've been doing for last year. We had 16 fences that we did of residentials between here and Little Red. We also did some commercial ones for kindergarten play area, Village Health Center, RCP, and the Community Garden Project. The department remains committed to building local capacity through training and employment opportunities. Due to the physically demanding nature of the work, our workforce turnover remains a challenge. However, we try to do what we can to keep the employees, but we understand why they don't stick around. So if there's anybody that's interested in work coming up this spring, we hire anybody that's PC, whether you're a man, young, old, doesn't matter, we'll give you a job. The other thing is, on the new potential division, we want to involve in this glass cutting, and this will let us do the window pane replacements, which instead of waiting 6 months for a window, we can complete a window pane replacement within 2 or 3 days, and at a third of the price. And this would employ like 2 to 6 people full time. And we're going to be starting our training in March. So we'll keep you guys updated on everything. The socials may come up with the training dollars. that, I just want to thank Chief and Council and also all the program staff, our managers. You guys played a big part in us succeeding, and we really appreciate it. So other than that, that's about it. Is there any questions? Thank you.
Michael Leon. Levi Nelson.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thanks for the elders for the prayers this morning, our dignitaries here, our leadership, our membership, and the fellow program managers. Just a quick overview of the MLCN Youth Center. We support youth by focusing on their well-being, safety, and growth. The center provides essential services, cultural and recreational programs, and ongoing staff support. We just finished doing our staff PD, and we completed conflict resolution, interpersonal communication, and Indigenous leadership development. Therapeutic workshop on grief and loss, trauma, and care for helpers. These programs that we offer meet basic needs while offering positive, engaging, and meaningful experiences for the youth. One of the programs we offer is food security. Food security is one of the youth center's highest priorities. We provide 2 hot meals daily and snacks throughout the day. To support the service, the youth center employs 1 full-time cook and 1 casual cook on weekends. On any given day, our youth center can provide meals up to 100 youth, along with many adults that come there for a meal. We don't turn them away. We'll feed them, and they pretty much leave right after. We just want to ensure consistent access to nutritious food for youth. We also have a winter gear support for a lot of youth, and a lot are from school here. Boots and jackets, ski pants and gloves. In the summer, we offer running shoes and lightweight jackets. This program helps youth take part in school activities and outdoor programs by ensuring they have proper clothing while supporting their safety and comfort. Youth activities programs are designed to support cultural connection, physical activity, and positive social interaction. Some of the activities include land-based programs such as hunting, fishing, and trapping, sports camps, and other physical activities. We attend live professional sport events such as NHL games, Oilers, CFL games, Rough Riders, and WHL games in Prince Albert with the Raiders. We have many recreational outings such as movies and bowling and various other stuff I can't write on here. And we're also proud to sponsor the ML Stompers, as they have been requested to dance at multiple events around the province. We pay them an honorarium to go. We take care of their meals, we take care of their travel, and we have chaperones with them. And then whatever they earn at any event they go to, the money stays with them, and they split it amongst whoever shows up to dance. These activities give youth opportunities to have fun, build skills, receive mentorship, and stay positively engaged. Here at the Youth Center in Montreal Lake, we currently employ 7 full-time staff, and we have 7 casual staff positions, but we also hire casual staff on special events such as holidays and all that to give a lot of our staff breaks. The center continues to actively recruit additional casual staff to meet program demands. All staff applicants are required to provide a current CPIC, which is a mandatory requirement when working with youth and ensures a safe and secure environment. At the youth center, our youth center coordinator is April Smith. Our youth workers, Eden Zichipi, Stan Cody, Kenesha McDonald, Clay Nekaha, Jane Adamagan, and our full-time cook is Tyson Bird. In the Little Red sector for our youth center, our coordinator is Kevin Badger. Youth workers are Precious Halkett, Aisha Halkett, Kia Bird, Ruben McKenzie, and our cook is Jason Bird. In the urban sector, we have Destiny Halkett as our coordinator, Kashina Halkett, the youth worker, Justice Pecan, and Ariana Nelson. Lance Henderson and Matthew Henderson are also under our program with here. They do a lot of our driving for all our urban members, Saskatoon, PA, and Regina. One of the things we deal with is a lot of, it's not gang activity, but we have youth that are bringing in machetes, knives, knuckle busters, bear mace, and like they're lighting fires in the bathrooms, they're fighting outside. And just to show you what our staff take, this is what our staff have to deal with on a daily basis. Like, it's a safety concern, and we're addressing it. Any questions? MLCA Youth Center supports youth by providing food, clothing, and a variety of programs. With caring staff and a strong focus on youth well-being, the Youth Center offers a safe and welcoming space that meets both immediate needs and long-term growth. And that's my report.
No questions, no.
Thank you, Levi. Levi has staff here in, obviously in Montreal Lake and also in Little Red that he has to deal with. So they do a lot of programming for the youth. So thank you for your hard work. Thanks for your staff, and you see what they have to deal with on a daily basis there. That's something that we all we have to deal with at some point. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to call on Patricia Gunville to come up here and do her report on prevention. Radio Bingo will start at 7 p.m. I'm not the bingo caller, so you guys should win.
Good evening, my name is Patricia Gunville. I'm the program the prevention manager, and I'm working on what we've done in Montreal Lake. So what prevention is prevention means supporting people early before issues become an emergency. We build protective factors like culture, connection, skills, and stable supports that help families stay well. Prevention is long-term community wellness, and safety, not just crisis response. How we work is we deliver regular programming, outreach supports, and community events across both communities. We work alongside local partners to connect people to the right services quickly and reduce barriers to access. Our approach is community-led, culturally grounded, and focused on practical supports. What we do, cultural and land-based programming, youth activities and mentorship, family wellness events, education awareness sessions, early support and referrals, coordination with community partners. I'll go with the portfolio counselors first. So the portfolio counselors that we have, the counselors in charge are Jermaine
mine from Little Red, Carolyn Powwow, who's standing here with me, and Conrad B. Powwow. Our committee members are Bev Berg, who is the chair, Blanche Berg, who's our committee member, Talia Berg, who's our committee member, Shirley Badger, who's also a committee member from Little Red, Verna Ballantyne from Little Red, Harry Halkett is our elder from Montreal Lake, and Blanche Powwow from Little Red, who's also our elder. The staff are, of course, myself, Patricia, who's the director, Axel Halkett is our cultural coordinator, Mary Lou LaValle is our office manager, Jolene Bird is a prevention services worker in Little Red, Roger Bird is the prevention services worker here in Montreal Lake, Chantal Hansen is a prevention services worker here in Montreal Lake, along with Kiefer LaValle, and Alphonse is our contractor. Consultant. The cultural programming is hands-on community-based cultural activities. Programming includes Cree language and treaty awareness, bannock making and cultural cooking activities, traditional feast, belt making and ribbon skirt making, and start blanket teachings. The land-based and annual events we do are medicine picking and teachings on protocol and cultural practices, annual cultural-based supports in both communities, activities such as archery and cultural demonstrations. This is designed for learning, healing, and pride in identity, especially for youth and families. We had staff expansion this year and service delivery. We strengthened internal capacity this year by welcoming a new director, adding 2 prevention workers, and increasing staff supports. This is reducing the gaps, service gaps, and improving responsiveness to community needs. Youth sports and wellness supports, arena and recreation programming, strengthened our youth physical wellness and mental well-being. Youth physical wellness coordinator in Montreal Lake and Little Red in collaboration with sports and recreation. 2 youth hired to assist in each community. Continued supports of youth minor sports in collaboration with MLCN Sports and Recreation and summer soccer leagues. Wellness supports with the health center where we help with mental health therapists and addictions work, and also another cultural support worker there. In progress is hiring an intake worker for MLCN office. Our goal is to assist community-driven cultural programming and delivery. So youth programming is we have a youth wellness gathering that happens every weekend at Waskesiu. The topics that are discussed there are grief and loss, addiction and awareness, self-care, healthy relationships, boundaries, and personal safety. Why it works is because it's learning and relationship building in one setting, safe structure that supports honesty and growth, connections to support where real change often happens. We also have a cadets program that happens every Wednesday. That's launched with MLC and youth in conjunction with PAGC. It's structured. What it does is it's structured, it's skill building, and it's focused on responsibility, team, and confidence. Conferences and community learning. MLCN Family Conference we had in October. So it was family-friendly space for learning, connections, and encouragement, presentations, and open answering questions for 2 days. The themes were addictions, understanding, mental wellness, bullying, violence awareness, and physical and practical tools for healing and positive change. I'm nervous, so I'm kind of stuttering. The speakers we had were Tanya Ross, Joey General, Dakota House, and Scott Ward. We also helped with the Health and Wellness Conference with the William Charles Health Center. It was a whole person approach for physical health, mental wellness, addictions, education, and community healing. The topics that were discussed were liver health, and hepatitis C, cancer clinic information, mental health wellness, substance use impacts, gang awareness. It was a culturally grounded supports in traditional healing and recovery teachings, local recovery stories, and a traditional meal was also supplied. The elders, we also had elders involvement, where elders were not just included, they helped shape the programming through surveys and comments. Prevention services led planning and execution of the elders gathering. This was alongside the health center as well, with C92 and Dorothy's program, which is First Nations rep. Elders continue to be part of the broader programming throughout the year. This helped completed listening and planning. It was completed by elders serving to gather guidance on future programming. Information supports planning based on elders' priorities and availability. Ensure future activities are informed directly by elders' knowledge and participation. Practical programming and community safety. We have the programs that are delivered are grocery shuttle services, rental drivers program, family movie nights, child care first aid training. The holiday supports that were provided were financial supports for critical response team in both communities, additional wellness supports during the holiday season. The goal was timely responsive assistance when needs increased. The outcome of that was we meet people where they are, we reduce the barriers, strengthen our safety, and supports wellness and day-to-day life. The other programs that are offered in Montreal Lake are the gauntlet making, which happened last night, and also leather belt making. We had two gospel jamborees, and there's also rigid skirt teachings that will be coming up. Specific supports were financial sponsorship for community events, financial sponsorship for cultural days, purchase of events tent to help provide cultural and community programming, Christmas meals, and hampers. In the future, during Family Week, this February 16th to the 20th, we'll be having Family Week meal hampers that will give door to door for families, for each household. And it'll be delivered during school break. And in the future, we'll also be planning to have a greenhouse here. We just have to do some more logistic work with the chief and council and lands in order to find a space for that. Thank you. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Patricia. We put the timer on her last night in Little Red, or yesterday in Little Red, like 10 minutes. She finished right at the 10-minute mark. Today she had 50 seconds left. Ray Lindane will get you ready, but we're going to make some draws here. So we're going to draw some tickets here, and then we'll ask Ray to make his report. Five tickets for the Fish Derby, donated by the Youth Center. So, red ticket, 263. You got yourself a Fish Derby ticket. 263. Right? $127. You got yourself a ticket for the Fish Derby. 127. Right here. Levi. Yep. 128. 128. Okay, got your back ticket winners there.
Yeah.
254. Right there. This lady right there has 254.
That number was called before.
254?
Put it back in there. Put it back.
Next number.
227.
Good job.
227.
Little red, they kept calling 101, eh?
Nope.
Redraw. Come on, thank you.
257. 257. How did those tickets head back? Somebody threw back in? Some of these tickets were thrown back in this bucket, sorry.
Throw them out.
266.
See, that was called already. Yeah, I remember that.
That was how. Oh, she's gonna win again.
There's two people over there.
How many is that? 4 or 5?
4.
Okay, one more. 150. Leon Sorensen. Redraw. Redraw. All right, well, keep making draws. We got a prize here and a $100 gift card together. 267.
Somebody keep
That was 257. I just called. 146. There you go, somewhere. No? Right there. Another $100 gift and a gift there, 253. 253. Redraw. 289. 289. Oh, must have left already. Okay, we got a winner, 289, sorry. 289. 181. 181. 181. Oh, we got one over there. Yeah. Is that? We'll do one more, yes, and then Ray's getting tired of waiting for us. 219. 219. Right there. 132. 132. Must have left.
Yes.
And didn't come back, obviously.
Come on. Come on, Don.
286. 286.
Redraw.
On the bingo.
Not the bingo.
259. I'm going to say he left. Oh, no, he's right there. All right, Ray. So after Ray is done, we got one more presentation with Sherry doing a report on Woodland, and then we'll make all the other draws. Plus, we're going to make the draw on the Edmonton Oilers tickets. So I think there's 2 tickets to give away there. They're together. So we'll make one draw for the Edmonton Oilers tickets. Go ahead, Ray.
About 10 minutes, Ray. And your time is on. Good evening, everyone. I acknowledge all the members that are in attendance today, the elders, the chief and council, our band manager, Steven, who did the opening prayer, our directors, staff, especially our hardworking and awesome health center staff over there. I'm here this evening to provide you with our health center report for the year 2025. And as much as I want to go really fast, because we have limited time, I would like to give justice to the hard work and accomplishments of our staff at the health center, so I will go through it. Our primary care program. We have served 14,600 clients over the year. Our nurse practitioner saw 5,200, primary care 6,800, and after hours clinic visit we saw 2,600, and ambulance transfer we have 296. Community health, we have our community health nurse June Nadamagan. We have a total of 132 sexually transmitted infections that she treated and contact traced. We have a total of 10 dog bites in the community for the year, and I'm happy to report that we don't have tuberculosis throughout the year. We have a total of 17 prenatal clients, and newborns, we have 22 new band members from last year. We provided milk vouchers, total of 238, and 119 food hampers. We also have our Aboriginal Diabetes Initiative. We have a nurse that comes in 1 week out of the month, and she saw about 240 clients over the year. However, we have 50 band members that missed their appointments. Our home and community care staff, we have 2 nurses. We have a total of home visits, 1,892. The total number of dressing that changed, 641. And they delivered a total of 1,000 medications to our band members. Meals on Wheels that were delivered to our deserving clients, we have delivered a total of 3,900 Meals on Wheels. Our mental wellness, we have 2 mental health therapists right now. We have 2 cultural support workers. We have the program activities, men and women's group. They're well attended. They do this once a week. We have anger management, and we have a total of 117 that participated. Watch out for the advertisement again. We will restart this anger management shortly. We have group session participants, a total of 163. And recently, one of our mental health therapists initiated play therapy, and so far we have 64 participants out of that. We have a very active land-based program activities. One of our cultural support worker, Lisa over there, she led out 24 of our band members, showing them how to pick traditional medicine.
They also participated in setting up a fishing net, and we have 21 participants from that. We have one-on-one counseling sessions and a total of 647. Our youth therapist, Tanis Netaho, she started equine therapy, and from their initial visit, we have a total of 16 participants. And also, I directed Tanis to organize a parent support group for our autism spectrum disorder parents that are in the community. And sad to say, our initial count, we have 19 children that have autism in our community. So they needed a parent support group. Our NADA, we have Delia and Basi, that's our NADA workers. We have AA meetings. They have 7 AA meetings, and we have a total of 89 participants. And recently, this AA meetings has been growing. The latest participants that we have was, we have 12, and it's still growing. So everybody's welcome to attend those. We are having it every other Wednesday. And they have intake assessment and referrals. We have a total of 101. They referred 27 to our detox center, treatment center. They referred 32, and home visits, they have 17. I would like to mention that we emphasize home visits after our clients coming back from the treatment center or detox, just to give them that moral support and make sure that they are receiving all the proper support. And in our community, we need a transition home for those clients that are returning from treatment center. We need employment opportunities for them, maybe arts and craft, and practical education. Our William Charles Health Center transportation, we have a total of 25 fleets at the clinic. That's a total of 5 medical taxis. We have 2 medical taxis in Little Red as well. Our home care, we have 6. Mental wellness, there's 5 vehicles. Nurses, 1. Community health program, we have 7. And we have 2 trailers at the clinic. We have a total of 1,018 clients transported to Prince Albert over the year. In Saskatoon, we have a total of 183. And our long-term goal is to transition from those vans to smaller SUVs because they're easier to maintain, easier to manage. And I'm happy to report that we directed all our drivers and staff at the William Charles Health Center that they should be observing speed limit in the community. 30 kilometers in school zone and playgrounds, and 40 kilometers within the community. 100 kilometers in the highway number 2, and going to Saskatoon, just 110. So if you notice anybody that's over speeding from that speed limit, we have telephone numbers that you can call right into the vehicle. So please report any driver or any of our staff that are over speeding. Our dental therapy services, we have a total of 703 clients that were served. Under age of 5, we have 55. And the school-age children, we have 339 that were served. Adult 18 and above, 258. OHI program, we have 51. And I emphasized to our dental therapist that she should be doing home visit and check on our elders' dentures. If they needed alignment or treatment, they should be referred immediately. And these are the program highlights of William Charles Health Center over the year. Since I took over, we have up-to-date program reports. That means that we are getting all our funds on time. Once our reports are delayed, that means that funds will not be transferred. We have a 2-day community health conference that was held March 12 to 13 of 2025. We are meeting with the Saskatchewan Health Agency Authority to collaborate and find common grounds on how to improve access to their services. We are asking the Saskatchewan Health Authority to recognize our nurse practitioner that's practicing in Little Red. Maybe they can share our funds. We have long-term care portability. Our treaty rights are portable, and we are asking the Saskatchewan Health Authority as well to possibly fund a long-term care facility in Montreal. Health services to Timber Bay and we want them to recognize those services that we provide. We don't discriminate. Whoever comes to the clinic, they're more than welcome, and we serve them. We participated in the development of the community safety plan. We advocated to allocating funding for our ramps and housing. Our housing program gladly contributed $30,000 for those ramps. And we also initiated our nurse practitioner service in Little Red. We have to recognize that not everybody has family doctor, and nurse practitioner will respond to that need. And they're very happy right now in Little Red that nurse practitioner is available 2 days a week, so they can access those services. We initiated mental health therapy services also in Little Red. Right now, they're having 2 days a week of mental health therapy services. And happy to report, we have 3 babies so far that was delivered at our new health center. There's 1 twin and another single delivery. We had a drug advisory to both Montreal Lake and Little Red because of the potential presence of fentanyl and ecstasy. We distributed a lot of naloxone kits all over our public buildings, both in Montreal Lake and Little Red. So we have ample supply of those naloxone kits. We initiated a soup kitchen for our homeless population. Also, we advocated for the shelter to be open 24 hours now, and that was gladly accepted by our chief and council. Thank you very much for that. All our homeless population are sheltered 24/7, and that will last up to, I believe, up to end of April. One of the biggest news that I would like to announce is our elders' lodge is under preliminary development right now, and everybody knows we presented this to our elders gathering both in Edmonton and the one in Prince Albert. And the elders already identified the site for that elders facility, which will be at the old fishing site here. We have the elders trip that we had September 15 to 19 in Edmonton, as well as the elders gathering that was held in Prince Albert November 13 to 16. We initiated our community garden, and that is ongoing. We have fruit trees, berries, vegetable site, and it's fully fenced. We also have the backyard garden, and we have 30 households that participated in that community garden. Our long-term plan is to have 1 apple tree per house in both Little Red and Montreal Lake. So that will be an ongoing project. We participated. We had the first aid station during our Montreal Lake fishing derby, and we shall continue doing that. Community cleanup and cleanest yard contest that was concluded June and July. We had good prizes that was awarded during the Molanosa days. We participated on Treaty Day as well in Molanosa. And this is another big accomplishment that we initiated. We initiated the radon testing for all the houses. All houses in Montreal Lake and Little Red. And I just want to remind everybody, radon is the #2 cause of lung cancer. It was on the big news 2 days ago. We had a suicide awareness walk September 30 that was initiated by our native workers, the wellness program from our clinic. Also, we had the National Addictions Awareness Week activities and workshop that was November 25 to 27. And we have the William Charles Health Center staff, professional development. We have topics about occupational health and safety, hazard prevention, harassment and violence prevention, an overview of the Canada Labor Code. We also talk about Data Privacy Act and our electronic health record confidentiality. And we did a review of our policy and procedure. Fire readiness, we have a priority list all the time for possible evacuation. We are in charge of transportation in case of evacuation. We have our updated housing list. We have the driver's list, forest fire. Our first forest fire was in April 25. That was in Waskasu. There was a grass fire in Little Red, May 8, and we helped in the evacuation of Cuyaquin, May 29. We distributed air purifiers for priority clients, and we evacuated our priority 1 and 2 from Montreal Lake to Regina, July 13 to the 20th. And we assisted in helping evacuees from Laurence. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ray. Sherry is our last report, but we're going to draw the rest of these prizes, and then Sherry will do a report, and then we'll do the draw for the Edmonton Oilers tickets. Huh? No, well, we're gonna do some draws and then we'll call you. 237. Right back there. Simpson's the winner. Simpson. $209. Right there. Montreal Canadiens. There's a few of them around. 252. 252 right there. Right beside the table. 215. 215. Back there. 155. 155. Kiefer back there. 1, 2, 3. Bingo right there. 1, 2, 3.
That's the last one. Still some more.
202. 202. Is he here? Yeah, I know who that is. I don't want it. Give it to somebody else. 173. 173. Not here? 217. Back there? Last one. 291. 291. Are you here? Once, twice. Gone to Prince Albert.
It is.
138. Back there, Patricia. 138. I just wanted to say, I want to thank all the programs, every single one of you that donated something to all our community assemblies. We started on Monday, and there was a lot of prizes in Saskatoon, Prince Albert, Little Red, and of course Montreal Lake today. So thank you for all the donations and all the prizes and the people that went shopping. Thank you so much. Sherry Astam. Thank you, Sherry. Just look around, look at all the staff, look at all the dedicated staff that stuck it out for the last 4 days. We ended up I ended up at home on midnight. We didn't get done in Saskatoon till 10:30. PA was 10:30. Yesterday we got done at 6 o'clock in Little Red, and it's 6:04 today. So thank you so much. I'm going to ask the chief to come and give us some closing remarks, and then I'm going to ask an elder to close us. But before we do that, we'll get Chief is going to draw the name for the tickets for the Edmonton Oilers, and whoever wins, Kimberly has the 2 tickets to the Edmonton Oilers game.
713. 751. 751, 718.
I'm just going to make an announcement. You do not have to be here. This has your name and phone number. So, okay, Dean is going to do the closing.
Want to draw first, or? Oh, sure. Okay, I guess just in closing, I want to thank everybody for attending today. For a lot of people, all our program directors, coordinators, it's been a long week. Like Dawn said, there was some late nights, followed by early mornings. I think maybe next year we'll do things a little bit different. Maybe one sector a week, maybe, or something like that. We're going to figure something out that's not so hard on everybody. But anyways, it's your time to ask questions, find out what's going on within the nation. There's lots of comments out there from a lot of people that we know from other communities where this doesn't happen with other communities. Their leaders don't do this type of thing. So I think you gotta commend our community for doing this. And they've done it all this time. Like this, I remember as a kid I'd come here and my mom and dad would be sitting in this gym and they'd be doing that with the leaders of that time, right? So it's been done for many, many years. And I think we gotta continue it, keep it on. There's not too many other nations that do this. So with that, enjoy your evening. Good luck at bingo, and thank you all the program directors for your time and your reports. With that, have a good night. Thank you. And here, we'll do the winning ticket. Who's gonna draw? Oh, she's gonna do the draw. She's gonna pick the winner. You can get mad at her. And the lucky winner is drum roll, Sharon Stevenson. Little Red, I believe. Sharon Stevenson. 9408164. Congratulations, Sharon. You're the winner of the Oiler tickets. Kim is right here. So Kim will have that info. With that, thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night. We're gonna get an elder to close us with a prayer, and that'll be it for tonight.
We'll do a closing prayer here.
Good evening. Good evening. It's been a wonderful day. We learned a lot. But I just want to say something here. And we've seen many changes within our home here, our home turf. And we're making changes. We're getting younger people to work, a little more educated, and we still have experienced people around. We're slowly getting out of the hands of the provincial government, federal government, Indian affairs, everybody. We're doing things on our own. We're being self-sufficient. We're being sovereign. I guess that's the goal. However, Indian affairs still control our population, membership, Facebook control. Why can't we do it? But they're not letting go yet. We still have plans for this. We're in control of we're taking control of our child care, looking after our children. I remember there was a time when I was fighting with the provincial government over our kids. That's not going to happen now. At least on the year, it's not going to happen. So we are moving ahead. We are advancing. You are advancing. And I'd like to thank the leadership for their hard work, for their vision, and all of the workers, all the staff that's here this evening, putting in late hours the past 3 nights. Marami taman nasa mga kumaw tayo. Yung anyway, kiwichiyo. Kiwa nga uchita, yung school. Yung kastrato.
Mamaw tayo, minasko. Midons kaya, isiya. Kakatek away beats na mo ya gandas. You see, I get the Puya, Kiawa, Swas, Subixki, Winnie Puni, Yamila, the Kuxi, Toilet, Minasco. And a minute, the look Matsu, I beats Namoya, Uchina and Babatama, Mitsama. Uchi, go and see on it, with Nibilan, a Pamu teach, at the Sky Varisula. Wika susquat, Pino, Mutamani, Chico, the Maxo. So with them in Toyna, so with me. Gabs Nantoski. The Miskinagi of this future. Ask one, see what's in Toyna. Sweden, women are at the U chicken note into the tuxedo. And the man that I get in the tower, go on it, that I built to the was. The Nascom, see what's the Nascom.